Knights Templar, a historical overview. From the ashes of the First Crusade emerged the Knights Templar, perhaps medieval history's most captivating enigma. What began as 9 knights sworn to protect vulnerable pilgrims, traversing dangerous roads to Jerusalem, would transform into an unprecedented power that bent the ears of kings and popes alike. This metamorphosis from humble guardians to kingmakers stands as one of the Middle Ages' most remarkable institutional revolutions. These warrior monks defied convention at every turn. Answering only to the Pope, they operated beyond traditional feudal chains of command. Their iconic white mantles, emblazoned with blood-red crosses, became symbols that inspired both fervent devotion and trembling fear across 2 continents. Within a mere generation, their small brotherhood had evolved into a sophisticated organization that masterfully fused battlefield prowess with financial innovation. Their story spans nearly 2 centuries, 1119 to 1312 AD, interweaving with history's great tapestry, the Crusades, the birth of modern banking, and the complex power struggles between Christian Europe and the Islamic world. Their downfall proved as dramatic as their rise, culminating in accusations of heresy, secretive trials, and public executions that still stand as one of history's most notorious political conspiracies. The Templar saga captivates precisely because it embodies medieval Christianity's deepest contradictions. Holy warriors sworn to poverty while accumulating vast treasuries. Devout men who negotiated with Muslim leaders they were sworn to fight. And defenders of Christendom whose ultimate undoing came not from Islamic armies, but from the very European powers they had faithfully served for generations. In 1119 AD, when 9 French knights knelt before King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with their unprecedented proposal, few could have imagined how profoundly this moment would reshape medieval society. The poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, the Templars' formal title, were about to transform politics, finance, and warfare in ways that would echo through the centuries. Chapter 1. The World Before the Templars. Picture a world on the precipice of change. As the 11th century's final days faded into history, Europe stood at a momentous crossroads where faith, power, and ambition converged in dramatic fashion. To truly grasp how the revolutionary Templar order emerged from this crucible of history, we must first immerse ourselves in the complex tapestry from which it arose. A continent where feudal bonds shaped society, an increasingly powerful church-directed souls, and a growing mystique surrounded the distant Holy Land. Medieval European society functioned through the intricate machinery of feudalism, a web of sacred oaths binding individuals through reciprocal obligations of loyalty and protection. At its pinnacle sat monarchs whose theoretical authority often crumbled at their kingdom's borders. These crowned figures presided over powerful nobles who commanded vast territories through networks of vassals knights who pledged sword and blood in exchange for land and security. This fragmented political landscape created a volatile patchwork across the continent, where violence and territorial disputes were woven into the fabric of daily existence. Amid this political fragmentation, the Catholic Church stood as the sole unifying institution that transcended earthly boundaries. By the late 11th century, it had transformed into Western Europe's most formidable and far-reaching power. The sweeping Cluniac reforms had liberated ecclesiastical authority from secular control while centralizing unprecedented power under the papal throne. Religious doctrine permeated every dimension of medieval life, from royal court politics to the humble rhythms of peasant existence. Christian teachings provided the moral compass through which Europeans navigated their world and understood their place within God's divine plan. Under the forceful leadership of Pope Gregory VII from 1073 to 1085, religious authorities began boldly asserting supremacy over secular powers in the momentous struggle historians call the investiture controversy. This pivotal conflict, ostensibly about whether emperors or popes should appoint high church officials, represented a profound battle over the very relationship between spiritual and temporal authority. The dramatic humiliation of Emperor Henry IV at Canossa in 1077, where the most powerful secular ruler in Europe reportedly stood barefoot in winter snow for 3 days seeking papal absolution, vividly symbolized Rome's ascending dominance in the medieval world order. While Europe underwent these internal transformations, a dramatically different civilization flourished across the Mediterranean waters. The Islamic world of the 11th century represented the zenith of human achievement across countless fields, from the libraries of Baghdad to the observatories of Cordoba. Muslim scholars not only preserved ancient Greek wisdom that might otherwise have vanished, but expanded brilliantly upon it, advancing mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and architecture to heights that made European societies appear primitive by comparison. At the heart of this world stood Jerusalem, a city whose stones seemed to pulse with sacred energy for followers of 3 great faiths. For Muslims, it ranked as their 3rd holiest site after Mecca and Medina, the Golden Dome of the Rock and the magnificent Al-Aqsa. Mosques stood as breathtaking testimonies to Islamic reverence for this ancient spiritual nexus. Since the 7th century conquest under Caliph Omar, successive Muslim rulers had generally permitted Christian pilgrims to visit their holy places. Though conditions fluctuated under different administrations by the mid-11th century, the Holy Land rested under the governance of Egypt's Fatimid Caliphate. This relative stability began to fracture as the Seljuk Turks, recent converts to Islam, whose religious fervor was matched by their military prowess, expanded their territory through relentless conquest. Their devastating victory over Byzantine forces at Manzikert in 1071 delivered a crippling blow to the Eastern Roman Empire and violently reshuffled power throughout the region. The Seljuk advance threatened long-established pilgrimage routes and intensified Western anxiety about access to Christianity's most sacred sites. For centuries, devout European Christians had undertaken grueling journeys to Palestine as acts of profound spiritual devotion. These pilgrimages represented both sacred quests and forms of penance, with many believing that prayers whispered at holy sites carried special power for the forgiveness of sins. By the late 11th century, these religious journeys had grown increasingly treacherous. Travelers faced not only the natural perils of disease, starvation, and merciless weather, but also the constant shadow of bandit attacks, particularly dangerous for vulnerable pilgrims carrying valuable offerings intended for sacred shrines. Reports of mistreatment of Christian travelers, whether exaggerated for political purposes or painfully accurate, circulated throughout Europe with growing urgency. These accounts found fertile ground in a continent already experiencing intense religious revival and heightened interest in more dramatic expressions of piety. A revolutionary concept emerged in European consciousness: the armed pilgrimage, a fusion of devout worship with military might. This innovation found its catalyst when Byzantine Emperor Alexios I Komnenos dispatched urgent envoys to Pope Urban II. Though the emperor primarily sought reinforcements against the advancing Seljuk Turks to reclaim lost Byzantine territories, his appeal would ignite something far greater at the momentous Council of Clermont in November 1095. There, Pope Urban II delivered an electrifying address that would reshape the medieval world. With masterful rhetoric blending spiritual passion and political shrewdness, Urban summoned Christian knights to abandon their internecine conflicts and instead channel their martial prowess toward a sacred cause, reclaiming Jerusalem. The crowd erupted with the thunderous battle cry Deus Vult, God wills it, as thousands of warriors pledged themselves to this holy mission, sewing crimson crosses onto their garments as visible symbols of their sacred oath. The Pope's spiritual incentives proved irresistible to medieval minds fixated on salvation, a plenary indulgence offering complete remission of temporal punishment for sins, essentially a spiritual clean slate. For a population haunted by fears of purgatory, this celestial reward provided compelling motivation. Meanwhile, the earthly benefits attracted Europe's landless nobility, particularly second sons, disinherited by primogeniture, who glimpsed opportunities for wealth, territory, and glory in distant, exotic lands. What followed was the First Crusade, an unprecedented military mobilization that by 1096 had galvanized tens of thousands across Western Europe. After witnessing the catastrophic failure of the People's Crusade, a disorganized peasant expedition led by the charismatic but militarily inept Peter the Hermit that ended in massacre, the main Crusader armies, composed primarily of battle-hardened French and Norman knights, departed in August against formidable odds. Through extraordinary perseverance, these forces captured Antioch in June 1098, following a brutal siege, before finally reaching their ultimate prize, Jerusalem, in June 1099. The Holy City's siege lasted barely 5 weeks before its ancient walls were breached. What transpired on July 15th, 1099, stands as perhaps the most blood-soaked chapter in Crusader chronicles, a merciless slaughter of Muslim and Jewish inhabitants so savage it disturbed even battle-hardened medieval chroniclers who witnessed the carnage firsthand. Raymond of Aguilars, an eyewitness, penned the haunting description of Christian warriors wading ankle-deep through pools of blood at the Temple Mount. Though likely embellished for dramatic effect, such accounts nonetheless reflect the horrific violence that accompanied Jerusalem's conquest, violence that the victors justified as divine retribution, with their sacred objective secured through blood and steel. The triumphant Crusaders established the Kingdom of Jerusalem alongside several satellite Christian states, collectively known as Outremer, the land beyond the sea, an island of European feudalism surrounded by hostile Muslim powers. The noble Godfrey of Bouillon, refusing to wear a crown of gold where Christ had worn a crown of thorns, became the first ruler of this newly conquered territory. He adopted the humble title defender of the Holy Sepulchre rather than king. Following his death in 1100, his more pragmatic brother Baldwin I accepted the royal crown, inaugurating a dynasty that would preside over Christianity's most sacred city for nearly 9 decades. Yet this miraculous victory carried within it seeds of vulnerability. The majority of Crusaders, having fulfilled their sacred vows, returned to their European homelands, leaving the fledgling Christian kingdom critically undermanned and exposed. The remaining European settlers, precarious minority, governing a predominantly Muslim population controlled only major urban centers and strategic routes, not the vast surrounding countryside. Their very survival hinged on maintaining secure lifelines to Europe for reinforcements, supplies, and new colonists. This tenuous situation made travel between coastal ports and inland holy sites extraordinarily dangerous. Hostile local forces maintained control over much of the surrounding territory, while opportunistic bandits specifically targeted vulnerable pilgrims traversing these exposed pathways. Christian devotees, having already endured grueling journeys across treacherous seas and hostile lands, frequently became martyrs before ever glimpsing Jerusalem's hallowed walls. It was amid these deadly conditions that a visionary French knight named Hugh de Payens conceived an innovative solution, a religious order dedicated explicitly to the armed protection of pilgrims warrior monks who would serve as both sword and shield for the faithful. In 1119, approximately 2 decades after the First Crusade's astonishing success, Hugh and 8 fellow knights knelt before Patriarch Warmond and King Baldwin II to take solemn religious vows, establishing the poor, fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. This humble brotherhood of 9 would evolve into the legendary Templar Ordera, revolutionary military religious institution that would transform medieval society, finance, and warfare for centuries to come. Chapter 2. Birth of the Order. Dawn broke over Jerusalem in the early 12th century, illuminating a landscape of faith and peril. As Christian pilgrims trudged along treacherous roads toward their sacred destinations, the shadow of bandits loomed constantly. From this crucible of danger emerged Hugo de Payens, a man whose vision would forge an entirely new concept in Christendom. Battle-hardened from the blood-soaked campaigns of the First Crusade, this French knight from the verdant hills of Champagne perceived what others had missed. The kingdom of Jerusalem's glaring vulnerability lay not in its walls or armies, but in its unprotected pilgrim routes. The faithful journeyed thousands of miles, only to meet death mere leagues from their holy destination. Compelled by both devotion to God and practical military wisdom, Hugh gathered 8 brothers-in-arms who shared his revolutionary vision. History remembers these founding knights: Godfrey de Saint-Amour, Payens de Montadier, Archambault de Saint-Amand, de Montbard, Geoffrey Bizel, and Gondomar elite warriors who had mastered the deadly ballet of mounted combat across Europe's bloodiest battlefields. What transformed these men from mere soldiers into something history had never witnessed before was a solemn ceremony that shocked contemporaries. Kneeling before King Baldwin II and Patriarch Warmond, these hardened warriors swore sacred vows typically reserved for monks' poverty, chastity, and absolute obedience. This unprecedented fusion of spiritual devotion and martial skill created something entirely new: warrior monks dedicated to the divine mission of safeguarding pilgrims along the perilous 30-mile road between Jaffa's harbor and Jerusalem's sacred walls. Fortune smiled upon this audacious experiment. King Baldwin II, constantly struggling against Muslim forces with insufficient troops, immediately recognized the strategic brilliance of Hugh's proposal. The young kingdom's stretched defenses could scarcely patrol the vulnerable countryside, where bandits preyed upon the faithful. In a decision that would echo through centuries, Baldwin granted these 9 knights quarters in the most symbolically potent location possible, the Temple Mount itself, within a wing of his royal palace adjacent to the gleaming Al-Aqsa Mosque. This sacred ground beneath their feet resonated with biblical power. Standing upon what Christians believed to be the ruins of Solomon's temple, these knights claimed a heritage stretching back to ancient Israel. From this hallowed headquarters came their official name, the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, Templars, as history would remember them. Their Temple Mount headquarters served dual purposes brilliantly. Practically, it provided a commanding position to organize their protective operations. Symbolically, it connected them to the ancient traditions of sacred guardianship dating back to biblical times. Some historians suggest the founders drew inspiration from accounts of the Levites who once guarded Solomon's original temple. This profound connection to sacred history would become woven into the very fabric of the order's identity and mystique. Despite royal patronage, these early years were marked by genuine hardship that matched their vows of poverty. Contemporary chronicles describe knights so resource-starved that pairs would share a single warhorse and image, later immortalized in their famous seal, showing two mounted knights on a single steed. Their equipment consisted of whatever weapons and armor benefactors might donate, their sustenance dependent on charitable offerings. This authentic poverty stood in stark contrast to the gilded ostentation typical of secular knighthood, reinforcing their spiritual commitment. Their daily mission unfolded along sun-baked roads where danger waited behind every hill and rocky outcrop. The Templars developed systematic protection protocols, organizing pilgrims into disciplined convoys, with armed knights positioned at vulnerable front and rear positions. Their vigilant patrols maintained constant watch for ambush attempts, particularly along the treacherous route from Jaffa's coastal landing through bandit-infested highlands to Jerusalem's gates. The effectiveness of these measures quickly became evident. Pilgrim casualties dropped dramatically wherever these warrior monks stood guard, their white mantles becoming symbols of divine protection in a hostile land. For nearly a decade, the Brotherhood operated with humble dedication, steadily earning a reputation for iron discipline and unwavering faith. Yet their success on the battlefield couldn't shield them from theological controversy. The very concept of warrior monks struck many medieval minds as a profound contradiction and unholy marriage of opposites. Medieval society had long maintained clear boundaries. Monks pursued spiritual perfection through peace, prayer, and isolation from worldly concerns, while knights embodied martial valor, bloodshed, and secular ambition. By daring to bridge these worlds, the Templars challenged the very foundations of the social order. The religious establishment voiced particularly strong objections about men of faith bearing arms. How can those who spill blood even in righteous defense truly embody Christ's teachings on peace? Theologians demanded. This profound spiritual question required resolution before the order could achieve legitimacy. Their unprecedented dual nature also raised practical governance dilemmas that confounded authorities. Did these armed monks answer to secular lords who commanded other knights, or to church authorities who governed religious orders? This ambiguous position created jurisdictional tensions that troubled both crown and clergy. Yet, despite these conceptual obstacles, the Templars' practical value proved undeniable. Their reputation spread like wildfire across Christendom, carried by grateful pilgrims who had journeyed safely under their protection. Their distinctive white mantles, symbolizing purity of purpose, became beacons of security along the Holy Land's most treacherous paths. Inspired by their example, other knights sought to join their ranks, sensing something revolutionary in this new spiritual martial brotherhood. News of this extraordinary order eventually reached the most influential religious figure of the age, Bernard, abbot of Clairvaux. The connection was personal as well as spiritual. Bernard's own nephew, de Montbard, stood among the founding knights. Though initially cautious about the theological implications of armed monastics, Bernard's brilliant mind gradually perceived their potential as instruments of divine protection. His unparalleled moral authority and reputation for sanctity made him the perfect champion for the fledgling brotherhood. Hugh de Payens recognized that expanding the order's mission required formal sanction from Christianity's highest powers. Around 1127, after a decade of faithful service, he led a small delegation across the Mediterranean to seek papal blessing and recruit additional knights. This journey would transform their modest brotherhood into an institution far more consequential than its founders could have imagined. The timing proved providential. Hugh's European mission coincided with growing alarm about the Crusader state's deteriorating military position. Recent defeats had exposed the vulnerability of Christian territories in the East, generating renewed determination to strengthen their defenses. Hugh masterfully presented his order as the solution to this pressing crisis. Disciplined warriors who combined religious devotion with battlefield effectiveness, traveling through France, England, Scotland, and Flanders. He attracted enthusiastic support from nobles impressed by the order's sacred mission. Hugh's diplomatic campaign culminated at the Council of Troyes in January 1129, where church authorities gathered to formally consider the brotherhood's status. There, with Bernard of Clairvaux's eloquent advocacy, the poor fellow soldiers received the church's official blessing. This council marked the pivotal moment in the order's evolution. Under Bernard's guidance, they established a formal rule drawing from Benedictine and Cistercian traditions, but carefully adapted to their unique military calling. This document meticulously codified both their spiritual obligations and martial responsibilities, creating the institutional framework that would transform a band of 9 knights into one of history's most powerful organizations. Bernard's impassioned treatise in praise of the new knighthood provided the theological cornerstone the Templars desperately needed. A brilliant reconciliation of the warrior's sword with the monk's prayer. This eloquent defense silenced critics who had claimed no man could serve both Christ and Mars. Under Bernard's guidance, a revolutionary hierarchy emerged. The Grand Master stood at the pinnacle, a living embodiment of both spiritual authority and martial command, supported by a cadre of specialized officers. The seneschal managed administrative affairs, the marshal directed military operations, and the draper oversaw the distinctive garments that visually proclaimed their sacred mission. Daily life within the order followed a carefully orchestrated rhythmed-on prayers, seamlessly giving way to weapons training. Midday devotions, followed by strategic planning, creating a harmonious fusion of monastic discipline and battlefield readiness never before seen in Christendom. The rule's behavioral strictures carved an unbridgeable chasm between Templars and their secular counterparts. While ordinary knights pursued worldly pleasures, Templars embraced a life of ascetic denial that would have challenged the most dedicated monk. The hunting horns that called other nobles to their favorite pastime fell silent on Templar ears. Dice and games of chance-beloved diversions in medieval society were forbidden entirely. Even family bonds were subordinated to the Brotherhood's demands. Knights maintained ritual distance from female relatives, avoiding even a mother's embrace, lest it weaken their spiritual resolve. Their very appearance proclaimed their otherworldliness, hair closely cropped, beards meticulously maintained, creating a visual austerity that stood in stark contrast to the peacock finery of secular nobility. Pope Honorius II's momentous decision to place them directly under papal authority freed them from local ecclesiastical control, granting them unprecedented autonomy. This extraordinary independence answerable only to Rome itself, operating as a truly international force, unbound by provincial loyalties or petty politics. Their white mantle, once a simple symbol of purity, received its defining embellishment when Pope Eugenius III commanded the addition of a blazing crimson cross. This striking insignia transformed them from anonymous guardians into living icons instantly recognized across Christendom. The blood-red cross proclaimed their willingness for martyrdom, a visual promise that these knights would gladly shed their lifeblood defending the faith. This powerful symbol became so deeply ingrained in the medieval imagination that the mere glimpse of white-cloaked riders bearing the crimson cross could inspire either profound relief or bone-chilling terror, depending on one's allegiance. As their reputation soared, material support cascaded into Templar coffers. Noble families across Europe, seeking spiritual merit and strategic alliance, endowed the order with vast estates, formidable castles, and steady income streams. Second and third sons of aristocratic houses, those without inheritance prospects in Europe's primogeniture system, flocked to join this prestigious brotherhood, bringing martial skills honed in the training yards of Europe's finest noble houses. This influx of both human and financial capital created a self-reinforcing cycle of growth and influence that rapidly accelerated the order's rise to prominence. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous. What had begun as 9 impoverished knights sharing horses out of necessity had within a single decade metamorphosed into a formidable international institution, commanding respect from kings and caliphs alike. When the brothers returned to Jerusalem following their European diplomatic triumph, they brought not only fresh recruits eager for holy combat and substantial material resources, but something far more valuable: transformed identity that positioned them at the intersection of spiritual authority and martial power. The Templars had transcended their humble origins as local guardians to become something unprecedented in Christian history, a revolutionary institution that straddled worlds previously thought incompatible. This new model of the warrior monk would reshape medieval society's understanding of both warfare and religious devotion, while their innovative financial practices would transform European economics in ways that would outlive the order itself. As they stood on the threshold of their golden age, not even the most visionary among them could fully comprehend how profoundly they would alter the course of history, or glimpse the tragic fate that awaited them in the shadows of their own success. Chapter 3: The Politics of Outremer. The Crusader states, born from the first Crusades' blood and fervor, existed in a political landscape that would have seemed alien to European eyes, a patchwork of fragile Christian kingdoms surrounded by powerful Muslim realms, where Western feudalism met Eastern traditions in an uneasy embrace. These territories, collectively known as Outremer, the land beyond the sea, represented medieval Christendom's most ambitious experiment in governance. To truly understand how the Templars rose from humble guardians to kingmakers, we must first navigate the labyrinthine politics of this frontier world where East and West collided. At the heart of these Christian territories stood the jewel of Outremer, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, stretching from Mediterranean shores to the sacred waters of the Jordan. Surrounding this centerpiece were 3 satellite states: the county of Tripoli with its vital ports, the Principality of Antioch guarding the northern approaches, and the vulnerable county of Edessa, forming Christianity's easternmost bulwark. Together, they formed a precarious coastal sliver of Christendom, perpetually threatened by powerful Muslim emirates and sultanates that encircled them like wolves around a wounded prey. The political architecture of these Crusader states rested on European feudalism transplanted into Middle Eastern soil, a foreign system struggling to take root in alien terrain. Baldwin, Jerusalem's first crowned defender, attempted to recreate familiar feudal hierarchies, granting fiefs to European nobles who pledged swords and loyalty in return. Yet this transplanted system immediately encountered complications unique to Outremer. European settlers remained a perpetual minority, forcing rulers to incorporate native Christian and Muslim officials into local governance, a pragmatic necessity that scandalized newly arrived Crusaders. Unlike Europe's relatively stable borders, frontiers in Outremer shifted like desert sands, territories changing hands with dizzying frequency through conquest, treaty, and betrayal. The Kingdom of Jerusalem evolved political institutions uniquely suited to survival in this hostile environment. Its high court, composed of major feudal lords, simultaneously advised and constrained royal authority, delicate balance of power, unknown in most European realms. Jerusalem's succession system reflected its precarious circumstances. While technically elective, the crown typically passed within the ruling dynasty. Most remarkably, women could inherit the throne directly, a practice far more common in Outremer than in Europe, where female rule remained exceptional. This created intricate power dynamics when queens regnant or their ambitious consorts wielded authority, sometimes spawning succession crises that left the kingdom vulnerable precisely when unity was most desperately needed. Into this complex political chessboard stepped the Knights Templar, who would become both pieces and players in the great game of Outremer politics. Their relationship with Jerusalem's monarchs evolved dramatically over decades. During their formative years under Baldwin, who had granted them quarters on the sacred Temple Mount itself, the Brotherhood enjoyed royal patronage while establishing their mission. Their primary function as guardians of pilgrimage routes aligned perfectly with royal interests, creating a natural alliance between crown and cross. As Templar coffers swelled and their ranks grew, the order gradually assumed greater responsibilities within the kingdom's defensive framework. By the century's midpoint, they had begun constructing and manning imposing fortresses along vulnerable frontiers, massive stone sentinels that transformed the military landscape. These strongholds evolved from simple defensive positions into critical infrastructure, extending royal authority into borderlands where the crown's direct control remained tenuous at best. The Red Cross banner flying above a castle's battlements often represented the only effective Christian presence in frontier regions where royal garrisons dared not venture alone. The Templars' political standing grew increasingly nuanced during King Fulk's reign. The former Count of Anjou, who claimed Jerusalem's throne through marriage to Queen Melisende, found himself navigating unfamiliar political waters as an outsider to Outremer politics, seeking reliable allies among a nobility skeptical of his foreign origins. Fulk recognized the strategic value of the Templars. with their growing international prestige and direct PayPal connection. They offered a powerful counterweight against entrenched local interests that sometimes undermined royal authority. Yet this alliance contained seeds of future conflict. The Templars' extraordinary privileges, particularly their exemption from royal taxation and direct accountability to the Pope, alone created what amounted to a sovereign entity within the kingdom's borders. When Crown and Temple pursued aligned interests, this arrangement multiplied the realm's strength. When their objectives diverged, it created fractures that enemies eagerly exploited. The Brotherhood's political web extended throughout Outremer's other Christian states. In Tripoli, Count Raymond II granted them extensive landholdings, including strategic mountain passes that controlled access to the interior and vital routes to Antioch. Their relationship with Antioch's princes remained more cautious, as these rulers frequently entangled themselves in Byzantine political schemes that conflicted with Templar objectives. In northernmost Edessa, the Templar presence remained minimal until that county's catastrophic fall to Muslim forces, a disaster that demonstrated how quickly an isolated Christian territory could be swallowed by the Islamic tide, and a grim warning of what might await Jerusalem without adequate protection. The political complexity of Outremer extended beyond its internal Christian governance to relations with neighboring Muslim powers. Contrary to popular conceptions of constant religious warfare, diplomatic engagement and negotiated coexistence characterized many periods. Trade connections remained vital to economic survival, creating interdependencies that sometimes transcended religious divisions. Treaties establishing temporary truces or defining spheres of influence were common diplomatic tools, with the Templars occasionally serving as intermediaries in these negotiations, due to their reputation for adhering strictly to agreements. The Brotherhood's growing political influence drew them into factional struggles that plagued the Crusader states. Noble families frequently competed for power and position, forming alliances that shifted according to immediate interests rather than consistent principles. European-born Crusaders often clashed with second-generation settlers born in the East, whom they derisively called Poulencs. These locally born Franks had developed different perspectives on coexistence with Muslim neighbors, sometimes advocating accommodation policies that newcomers viewed as compromising Christian interests. Within this complex political tapestry, the Templars carved out a distinctive position, championing military strength over diplomatic compromise. This hardline stance wasn't mere stubbornness, it grew organically from years spent witnessing how raiders ruthlessly exploited even the smallest vulnerabilities while protecting pilgrims on dangerous roads. Their battlefield perspective frequently clashed with pragmatic rulers who, facing chronic manpower shortages, sought diplomatic solutions the Templars viewed as dangerous concessions. The relationship between the military orders themselves added fascinating complexity to Outremer's political landscape. The Hospitallers, initially founded purely to provide medical care for pilgrims, had gradually developed their own formidable military wing, partly inspired by Templar success, though theoretically serving complementary functions in Christ's service. These powerful organizations developed an intense rivalry that transcended spiritual brotherhood. They competed fiercely for donations from European nobles, vied for the most promising recruits, and jealously guarded their spheres of influence. This competition occasionally boiled over into shocking open conflicts between supposed allies, requiring intervention from the highest authorities, kings, or even the Pope himself. to restore cooperation essential for Christian survival in the East. The catastrophic Battle of Hattin in 1187 and Jerusalem's subsequent fall to Saladin's forces shattered the political equilibrium, as the Holy City slipped from Christian hands and the kingdom's territory contracted to a precarious handful of coastal strongholds. Political authority splintered in the ensuing crisis. Amid this chaos, the military orders, with their independent financial networks stretching across Europe and their ability to recruit internationally when local manpower was exhausted, emerged with dramatically increased influence relative to weakened secular authorities desperate for their support. Throughout these tumultuous political transformations, the Templars grappled with a profound internal dilemma: how to balance their spiritual vocation with unavoidable political entanglements. Their sacred rule bound them to protect Christian interests in the Holy Land, yet effective protection demanded political maneuvering that often strained against their monastic ideals of humility and detachment from worldly concerns. Different Grand Masters navigated this treacherous terrain with varying approaches, some pursuing spiritual purity above political advantage, others embracing the Order's role in shaping Outremer's governance. Some maintained a studied distance from political entanglements, focusing narrowly on military and spiritual duties, while others became deeply enmeshed in the intricate governance mechanisms of the Crusader states, effectively functioning as kingmakers in times of succession crisis. By the latter half of the 12th century, the Templars had transformed from humble guardians into an indispensable pillar supporting the very existence of the Crusader states. Their imposing stone fortresses, architectural marvels, strategically positioned at critical choke points, formed the backbone of territorial defense that even powerful Muslim armies approached with caution. Their vast financial resources, flowing from European commanderies, repeatedly rescued struggling royal treasuries in times of crisis. Their extensive diplomatic connections facilitated crucial alliances with Western powers when reinforcements were desperately needed. Yet the Order's very indispensability sowed seeds of resentment among secular authorities, who increasingly found their autonomy and power constrained by Templar influence. Rulers chafed at their dependence on an organization they could neither fully control nor safely alienate. The Byzantine politics of Outremer shaped the Templar Order's evolution as profoundly as the Order itself reshaped the political landscape. From their humble beginnings as a small band of knights guarding dangerous roads, they had metamorphosed into sophisticated political actors operating across multiple dimensions of power, fearsome military defenders whose battlefield discipline was legendary, financial power brokers whose wealth rivaled kingdoms, and representatives of papal interests navigating the complex relationship between Western Christendom and its vulnerable Eastern outposts. This remarkable political evolution established the foundation for their meteoric rise to unprecedented international prominence, while simultaneously planting the seeds of bitter tensions and jealousies that would eventually contribute to their spectacular downfall. Chapter 4: The Rule of the Templars. Like a seedling growing into a mighty oak, the humble brotherhood of knights transformed into a formidable international order. But this metamorphosis required more than papal blessing. It demanded an intricate framework governing every heartbeat of a Templar's existence, from whispered dawn prayers to the thunderous chaos of battle. This framework materialized as the Templar Rule, a revolutionary document weaving monastic discipline with military necessity into a seamless tapestry. The rules' creation at the Council of Troyes marked a pivotal moment that would echo through centuries. Bernard of Clairvaux, whose spiritual authority resonated throughout Christendom, shaped its very essence. His treatise in praise of the new knighthood laid the theological bedrock for this unprecedented fusion of warrior and monk. In Bernard's eloquent writings, he drew a sharp distinction between Templars and secular knights, whom he condemned for their vanity and hunger for personal glory. The Templars embodied something entirely new: warriors who fought not for earthly acclaim, but for divine purpose, protecting the innocent and defending Christendom's frontiers. The knight who protects his soul with the armor of faith, as he covers his body with an armor of steel, Bernard proclaimed, is truly fearless and safe. On either count, having his body protected by armor of steel and his soul by armor of faith, he fears neither demons nor men. This powerful endorsement from such a revered figure silenced critics who questioned whether the sword and the cross could truly coexist. The original Latin rule, comprising 72 articles, established the spiritual and organizational backbone of the order. As decades passed, it evolved and expanded, with new sections addressing specific situations, growing into a comprehensive guide governing everything from the rhythm of daily prayers to the precise techniques of mounted combat. At the summit of this carefully constructed hierarchy stood the Grand Master, chosen for life by an assembly of senior brothers. This position merged spiritual authority with battlefield command, demanding both profound piety and razor-sharp strategic insight. The Grand Master presided over the central governing body, the chapter, where decisions affecting the entire order emerged through collaborative council with senior members. Below the Grand Master served a constellation of officers with specialized duties. The seneschal acted as deputy commander and administrator. The marshal directed military operations, oversaw training regiments, and maintained equipment standards. The commander of the Kingdom of Jerusalem supervised affairs in the order's spiritual heartland. The draper managed the distribution of clothing and personal equipment. The treasurer, whose role grew increasingly complex as the order's coffers swelled, controlled all financial matters with meticulous precision. Each regional division, known as a commandery, operated under its own leadership hierarchy while ultimately answering to the Grand Master. This sophisticated administrative architecture enabled effective governance across vast distances in an age when messages traveled no faster than horseback. Though the Grand Master held supreme authority, practical necessity granted considerable autonomy to regional commanders, who might wait months for directives from headquarters. Beyond administrative structure, the rule carved distinct social strata within the order. Full knight brothers, drawn exclusively from noble lineages, formed the elite military corps. Sergeant brothers of non-noble birth served in supporting combat roles and managed essential administrative functions. Chaplain brothers, ordained priests, tended to the spiritual well-being of their warrior brethren. Serving brothers performed vital services, from forging weapons to preparing meals. This hierarchical arrangement mirrored medieval social divisions, while creating a functional system where each member understood his precise role in the greater mission. Daily life under the rule flowed like a well-conducted symphony, balancing religious devotion with martial preparation. Brothers rose when darkness still cloaked the world, gathering for prayers before dawn's first light. Throughout the day, they moved between religious services, combat training, equipment maintenance, and assigned duties, observing periods of contemplative silence between these activities. This rigorous routine forged the legendary discipline that distinguished Templar knights on blood-soaked battlefields. The rule's religious aspects drew deeply from Cistercian traditions, reflecting Bernard's profound influence. Mandatory attendance at canonical hours prayer times, spanning day and night, preserved the monastic essence of the order, even during campaigns far from their commanderies. When military duties prevented attendance at regular services, brothers compensated with prescribed recitations of the Lord's Prayer, ensuring their spiritual obligations remained fulfilled even amid war's chaos. The three sacred vows, poverty, chastity, and obedience, formed the spiritual bedrock of Templar existence. Unlike their monastic counterparts, however, the order itself amassed immense wealth for its divine mission, while individual knights embraced absolute personal poverty. Upon taking their vows, these warrior monks surrendered everything worldly. Knight could possess neither coin nor land, receiving only standardized garments and equipment from communal stores. Even an innocent gift, accepted without a superior's blessing, constituted a grave transgression against their sacred rule. Their vow of chastity transcended mere physical abstinence, encompassing a complete spiritual purity that seemed almost otherworldly to medieval observers. The restrictions were astonishingly strict. Knights could not kiss any woman, even mothers or sisters, who might farewell a son or brother departing for distant lands. They were forbidden from being alone with any female, sharing even water for hand-washing, or receiving care from women during illness. These seemingly extreme prohibitions served a practical purpose, eliminating even the shadow of temptation that might distract from their holy calling. Obedience emerged as perhaps the most crucial vow for warriors who lived and died by battlefield discipline. A moment's hesitation or individual impulse could shatter formation integrity and doom dozens of brothers to death. The rule demanded instantaneous compliance with commanders' orders, forging the legendary Templar battle discipline that struck fear into their enemies. This absolute submission extended throughout daily life, knight surrendering personal will to become part of something greater than himself. Every aspect of Templar existence unfolded according to meticulous regulation. Their diet primarily consisted of humble vegetable dishes, with meat permitted only thrice weekly. Brothers consumed these simple meals in contemplative silence, listening to sacred texts being read aloud, maintaining monastic atmosphere, even while preparing for the chaos of combat. Their distinctive appearance immediately identified them on any battlefield: full knights in pristine white mantles, sergeant brothers in earthen brown or black, all emblazoned with the blood-red cross. Even their grooming reflected both practical warfare considerations and spiritual symbolism. Hair kept short to prevent vision obstruction during battle, while neatly trimmed beards distinguished them from fashionable secular knights, who typically remained clean-shaven. The order maintained discipline through graduated consequences for transgressions. Minor infractions might earn temporary dietary restrictions or additional prayers. More serious violations could result in public flogging or isolation from the brotherhood. The gravest offenses, especially those jeopardizing the order's sacred reputation, brought the ultimate punishment: expulsion. For a Templar knight, this sentence meant more than mere dismissal. It represented the shattering of identity itself. On the battlefield, the rule balanced tactical flexibility with ethical boundaries. Knights received the famous injunction never to retreat unless outnumbered, at least 3-1, establishing their fearsome reputation for holding ground that made them invaluable to Crusader armies. formation discipline remained sacrosanct. Even when victory seemed assured, no brother could charge ahead without explicit command, subordinating individual glory to collective success. Perhaps most remarkably for its era, the rule contained provisions for humane treatment of captives and honoring truces with Muslim forces while vigorously defending Christian territories. The order recognized the practical realities of frontier existence, where rigid ideological purity often proved less effective than pragmatic coexistence. This nuanced approach occasionally generated tension with Crusade leaders who advocated more absolutist positions toward Muslim neighbors. As the order expanded across continents, the rule demonstrated remarkable adaptability to diverse environments. European commanderies, distant from immediate battlefield concerns, emphasized economic productivity and recruitment. Eastern preceptories concentrated on military readiness and defensive infrastructure. This flexibility preserved the order's essential character while accommodating vastly different regional circumstances. The Templar rule stands as a revolutionary document in medieval institutional history. By successfully fusing seemingly incompatible vocations, contemplative monk and bloodied warrior, it created an entirely new organizational model that transformed medieval military and religious structures. The Hospitallers eventually developed their own military branch, following similar principles, while the Teutonic Knights incorporated numerous Templar organizational elements. Beyond its immediate organizational function, the rule reflected profound currents in medieval religious thought. Its emphasis on purposeful action rather than contemplative withdrawal aligned with broader reform. Movements advocating practical Christianity engaged with worldly problems. The Templar Knight, wielding sword for divine purpose rather than personal glory, embodied an ideal of sanctified violence that helped reconcile Christian teachings with medieval society's brutal realities. For nearly 2 centuries, this extraordinary document guided one of history's most distinctive organizations. Its harmonious balance of spiritual discipline with military effectiveness established the foundation for the Templars' unprecedented rise to power and influence throughout medieval Europe and the Near East. Through meticulous regulation of every facet of members' existence, the rule transformed individual knights into components of an institutional colossus that would forever alter the course of medieval history. Chapter 5. Rise to Power from Humble Origins. The Knights Templar exploded onto the European stage following their official recognition at the Council of Troyes. What began as a small band of 9 knights transformed almost overnight into one of medieval Europe's most formidable institutions, a metamorphosis that would reshape the political landscape of Christendom. Their meteoric rise rested upon 4 mighty pillars: shrewd land acquisition, revolutionary military tactics, enthusiastic royal patronage, and a borderless organizational structure that operated with unprecedented freedom across a politically fragmented continent. Across Europe, noble houses raced to outdo one another in Templar patronage. Some acted from genuine spiritual fervor, while others sought to purchase divine favor, heavenly insurance policies against earthly transgressions. Lords from the wind-swept highlands of Scotland to the sun-drenched shores of the Mediterranean eagerly bestowed properties upon the white-mantled brotherhood. The language of these donation charters echoed with the mingled voices of piety and self-interest. I, Count Raymond, grant to God and the Knights of the Temple the castle of Barbara, with all its lands and rights, for the salvation of my soul and those of my parents, Such bequests cascaded into Templar coffers, creating an intricate tapestry of holdings that blanketed Europe. These acquisitions reflected the complex economic mosaic of medieval society. Fertile agricultural estates, yielding bountiful harvests and steady rents. Strategically positioned urban properties, generating commercial wealth. And imposing castles, commanding crucial trade routes while projecting military might. Every donation, from the humblest cottage to the grandest castle strength, the economic foundation supporting their sacred mission in distant Palestine. Each stone added to their European empire translated directly into swords, horses, and men defending Christianity's frontiers in the Holy Land. Managing this rapidly expanding economic colossus demanded administrative innovation beyond anything previously attempted. Local commanders, operating under regional preceptors, functioned as semi-autonomous stewards, responsible for maximizing the productivity of their holdings. A carefully calculated percentage of all revenues flowed eastward through a sophisticated financial network, creating a continuous pipeline of European resources to the embattled Outremer. This financial architecture gave Templar forces in the East decisive advantages over other Crusader contingents, who languished between sporadic funding from distant patrons, while other Christian forces often struggled to maintain basic supplies. Templar garrisons received regular infusions of European wealth. At the heart of this expanding empire rose their iconic headquarters in Paris, the Temple. This imposing fortress, complex near the present-day Place de la, served as the administrative nexus for their western operations. Within its massive stone tower, behind walls of impressive thickness, lay the Order's treasury, archives, and revolutionary banking operations. Europe's powerful soon recognized the unprecedented security of this heavily guarded complex. Kings and nobles entrusted their most precious valuables to Templar protection, transforming the Paris Temple into the medieval equivalent of both Fort Knox and Wall Street. The fortress became so central to French governance that it regularly hosted royal councils and functioned as the de facto treasury for the French monarchy. Across the Channel, their London headquarters, known as the New Temple, provided similar services to English royalty. King John secured the crown jewels within its vaults, while Henry III leveraged Templar financial expertise to manage royal accounts throughout the continent. Throughout Europe, Templar preceptories evolved from foreign outposts into essential components of local economic and political infrastructure. What began as a religious order dedicated to protecting pilgrims had transformed into an indispensable institution woven into the very fabric of medieval society. Beyond mere economic power, the Knights Templar created a formidable military infrastructure that transformed the landscape of the Holy Land. Their strategically positioned castles formed an intricate defensive network across Christian territories, complementing royal fortifications with imposing strongholds like Chateau, a magnificent testament to Christian military might that dominated vital routes and provided secure operational bases against Muslim forces. Under Templar supervision, castle architecture evolved into a sophisticated science. Drawing inspiration from Byzantine and Muslim engineering, they perfected defensive systems featuring concentric walls, meticulously crafted killing zones, and precisely positioned arrow slits that maximized defensive coverage while minimizing exposure to enemy fire. Templar fortresses bristled with innovative defensive features, cunningly designed bent entranceways that neutralized battering rams by preventing direct momentum. treacherous murder holes, allowing defenders to rain destruction upon enemies who breached outer defenses, and region-specific adaptations that showcased their remarkable environmental awareness. Desert strongholds featured massive cisterns, ensuring water security during prolonged sieges. Mountain fortresses incorporated natural rock formations into their defensive systems, while coastal installations integrated naval facilities. This ruthlessly practical approach to military architecture where function always trumped ornamentation epitomized the Templar methodology across all aspects of warfare. The Templars' battlefield prowess extended far beyond their imposing fortifications. Through relentless training, they forged disciplined fighting units capable of executing complex battlefield maneuvers that feudal armies could only dream of achieving. They revolutionized battlefield communications with standardized commands and signals that enabled lightning-fast responses to rapidly changing combat situations. Unlike typical Crusader forces, Templar Knights maintained iron discipline in battle. Forbidden from breaking formation to seek personal glory, a common failing that had doomed many Christian armies. Their combat doctrine reflected a clear-eyed assessment of Middle Eastern battlefield realities. Traditional European heavy cavalry tactics required careful adaptation against the lightning-fast, highly mobile forces of their adversaries. From this tactical challenge, the Templars crafted a devastating hybrid fighting style that merged Western shock combat with Eastern mobility. Their specialized reconnaissance units, intimately familiar with local terrain and expert at interpreting subtle signs of enemy movement, provided critical intelligence advantages. While many European commanders dismissed Muslim tactics as dishonorable, pragmatic Templar leaders studied and adopted enemy techniques whenever they offered tactical advantages. The order's mastery extended even to the breeding of war horses, a science they elevated to unprecedented heights. Their extensive stud farms produced exceptional mounts, specifically engineered for armored combat in the punishing Middle Eastern climate. These remarkable animals needed not merely size and raw power, but also heat tolerance and sustained endurance. Through careful crossbreeding of European destriers with Arabian bloodlines, the Templars created the perfect warhorses for their unique operational environment. Their equestrian expertise became so legendary that European nobility actively sought Templar guidance to enhance their own breeding programs. The Second Crusade presented the first major showcase for Templar capabilities on a grand scale. As European armies under Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany marched eastward, Templar contingents provided indispensable support services that highlighted the stark contrast between their professional discipline and the chaotic disorganization plaguing the main Crusader forces. Following the Crusades' disastrous failure, contemporary observers placed blame squarely on poor planning and leadership, rather than Templar contributions, a judgment that only enhanced the order's growing reputation. In subsequent decades, the Templars steadily expanded their military role from auxiliary escorts to essential frontline defenders of the Crusader states. By the mid-12th century, they had become the backbone of Christian defense in Outremer. Their defining moment came at the Battle of Montgisard, where a vastly outnumbered Christian force achieved the seemingly impossibly decisive victory against Saladin's formidable army. Contemporary chronicles attributed this astonishing triumph directly to Templar discipline, which maintained critical formation integrity during the battle's most chaotic moments. This improbable victory cemented their reputation as the most formidable fighting force in the Crusader states. The Templars' military transformation unfolded under visionary leadership. None more influential than de Montbard, the Order's fifth Grand Master, as uncle to Bernard of Clairvaux, and among the founding knights, embodied the perfect synthesis of spiritual devotion and battle-hardened pragmatism. His tenure marked a pivotal moment when the Brotherhood forged its unique identity where monastic vows and martial prowess became two sides of the same gleaming sword. Leveraging his aristocratic connections throughout Europe, orchestrated a flood of donations that transformed the Order's modest resources into a formidable treasury. Under watchful eye, the Templars revolutionized military training. While feudal lords typically threw untested men-at-arms into battle with minimal preparation, the Order created a rigorous system that methodically shaped recruits into an elite fighting machine. In Templar training grounds, knights drilled endlessly in precise formation maneuvers that would appear supernatural to their enemies. Horsemanship transcended mere riding to become an extension of the knight himself, while combat techniques emphasized disciplined teamwork over individual glory. Yet what truly distinguished Templar warriors was how their religious devotion fueled their battlefield resolve, each sword stroke executed as an act of divine service. Beyond the clash of steel that captured chroniclers' attention, the Templars' true genius emerged in their logistical innovations. They constructed an intricate supply network that connected Mediterranean ports to inland fortresses through carefully guarded routes. In a land where scorching heat could spoil provisions within hours, they engineered specialized storage facilities that preserved food for extended periods. Their system of relay stations, strategically positioned to provide fresh horses for messengers, created a medieval information superhighway where time-sensitive intelligence traveled at unprecedented speeds. These unglamorous, yet vital capabilities allowed Templars to sustain operations in harsh environments that regularly decimated other Crusader forces through starvation and supply failure. Their engineering corps achieved near miraculous feats. Bridges materialized across supposedly impassable ravines. Ingenious siege engines reduced enemy fortifications to rubble, and sophisticated water management systems extracted precious moisture from the desert landscape. When Crusader commanders faced seemingly insurmountable technical challenges, they invariably turned to Templar workshops, which served as medieval think tanks where practical innovation flourished. The Templars embraced a revolutionary philosophy that prioritized effectiveness over tradition, where other European forces clung stubbornly to familiar methods. Templar engineers readily borrowed techniques from Byzantine and Muslim adversaries, adapting and improving upon enemy innovations without hesitation. By the mid-12th century, this pragmatic approach had elevated the Order to unprecedented heights. Kings sought their counsel on military strategy. Nobles studied and imitated their organizational structure, and common people regarded the white-mantled knights with a mixture of reverence and fascination. Their iconic white mantles, emblazoned with blood-red crosses, transcended mere uniform status. They became powerful symbols incarnate, embodying Christendom's martial prowess and divine mandate. These distinctive garments struck off from the mist-shrouded Scottish Highlands to the shimmering heat of Syrian battlefields, instantly recognizable to friend and foe alike. What began as a humble brotherhood of pious warriors protecting vulnerable pilgrims had transformed into a sophisticated international powerhouse, a borderless institution whose influence permeated medieval society from peasant hovels to royal chambers. Yet beneath this glittering apex of power lurked paradoxes that would eventually fracture their seemingly impregnable position. The seeds of their future downfall germinated within the very soil of their greatest triumphs. Fundamental contradictions embedded within their unique hybrid identity created mounting tensions as the order expanded. The staggering wealth accumulated to fuel their military machine increasingly strained against their founding vows of personal poverty, spiritual contradiction impossible to fully reconcile. Their exceptional PayPal privilege, serving only to Rome while bypassing local ecclesiastical authority, cultivated a smoldering resentment among bishops, who viewed these warrior monks as dangerous anomalies operating beyond proper church oversight. Perhaps most fatefully, their transnational structure functioning seamlessly across political boundaries, with a loyalty transcending earthly kingdoms, increasingly collided with the rising tide of nascent nation-states jealously asserting their newfound sovereignty against any competing power. During their golden age, the Templars masterfully managed these inherent contradictions through diplomatic finesse and the undeniable value of their military service. Their leadership exhibited remarkable political sophistication, expertly balancing relationships with diverse and often competing patrons. Their iron internal discipline effectively suppressed potential scandals that might have tarnished their carefully cultivated image, while their continuous blood sacrifice defending Christendom's frontiers provided powerful moral justification for their unprecedented privileges in contemporary eyes. This zenith of Templar influence would face its greatest crucible in the cataclysmic fall of Jerusalem to Saladin's Forcisa catastrophe that reshuffled the entire crusading enterprise. Yet paradoxically, this devastating setback initially reinforced rather than diminished their institutional position. As conventional armies and feudal levies proved catastrophically inadequate in defending Christianity's holiest sites, the disciplined professional military orders emerged as Christendom's most effective bulwark against further Muslim advances. From the ashes of disaster, the Templars, with their reliable financing, iron discipline, and institutional continuities, stood as Christendom's most dependable shield, setting the stage for an even more remarkable chapter in their extraordinary saga. Chapter 6: Masters of the Mediterranean, Templar Naval Power Beyond. The clashing of steel and thundering hooves that dominate our mental image of the Templars lies a lesser-known chapter of their legend, their mastery of the azure waters of the Mediterranean Sea. By the mid-12th century, these warrior monks had cultivated a formidable maritime presence that fundamentally altered power dynamics across the eastern Mediterranean. Far from a mere supplement to their land operations, this naval dimension represented a revolutionary, strategic shift equal in importance to their celebrated battlefield achievements. The harsh geographical reality of the Crusader states made naval excellence not merely advantageous, but absolutely essential for survival. Christian territories in the Levant clung to existence through their vital sea connections to Europe. These blue highways carried the lifeblood of reinforcements, supplies, and crucial communications across thousands of miles of treacherous waters. Should these maritime lifelines be severed, the entire Crusader enterprise, like a plant cut from its roots. Muslim admirals keenly recognized this vulnerability, routinely deploying their fleets to strangle Christian shipping lanes. Meanwhile, countless pirates lurked within the labyrinthine coves of the jagged coastline, emerging like predators to feast upon vulnerable merchant vessels and pilgrim transports. Facing this existential threat, Templar leadership executed a bold strategic pivot, committing substantial resources to develop their own naval capabilities. Their maritime journey began with modest ambitions, acquiring a handful of merchant vessels to ferry essential supplies from European shores to their eastern outposts. These initial ships served purely logistical functions, transporting war horses, weaponry, and fresh recruits to sustain their land operations across the vast Mediterranean divide. Yet the Brotherhood quickly grasped a fundamental truth. Effective logistics demanded secure sea lanes. This realization pushed them to develop specialized war galleys with fearsome capabilities. The Port of Acre transformed into their primary naval stronghold, where they constructed impressive facilities that merged military precision with maritime expertise. Massive stone quays, bustling shipyards, and fortified warehouses formed a maritime complex that left contemporary visitors awestruck, drawing favorable comparisons to Europe's greatest ports. The Templars didn't stop with a single naval base. Additional maritime installations at Tyre, Jaffa, and several strategic harbors created an interconnected network of safe havens for their vessels patrolling the treacherous Levantine coast. Their fleet evolved into a diverse naval force, with each vessel type meticulously engineered for specific tactical functions. Swift galleys with shallow drafts cut through coastal waters like predatory sharks, devastating in their pursuit of elusive pirate craft. Towering transport vessels, the massive naves carried essential heavy cargo, including the prized war horses so crucial to Templar battlefield dominance. Perhaps most impressive were their specialized pilgrim ships, featuring ingeniously reinforced decks, accommodating hundreds of faithful travelers journeying to fulfill sacred vows. Contemporary chronicles suggest that at the height of their naval power, the Brotherhood maintained a formidable fleet of several dozen vessels whose white sails, emblazoned with the Crimson Cross, had become as feared on water as their knights were on land. Operating this sophisticated naval force demanded specialized expertise entirely absent from traditional knightly training. The Order addressed this challenge brilliantly by establishing a dedicated marine branch within their hierarchy. These Templar mariners, a breed apart from their land-based brothers, developed extraordinary proficiency in navigation, ship handling, and naval combat tactics. Command positions went to knights who demonstrated natural aptitude for maritime operations, while veteran sailors recruited from the Italian maritime republics often served as technical specialists, infusing the Brotherhood with cutting-edge seafaring knowledge from the world's most advanced naval powers. The Templars' naval operations fulfilled multiple critical strategic objectives that extended far beyond mere transport. Their regular patrols along pilgrim sea routes dramatically reduced pirate attacks on vulnerable travelers, creating secure corridors through previously perilous waters. Their innovative convoy system, grouping merchant vessels under the protective shadow of Templar warships, revolutionized commercial security, strengthening the economic connections between East and West that were vital to sustaining the Crusader states. Their naval forces provided critical support for coastal castles, delivering supplies and reinforcements to installations that would otherwise remain vulnerable to siege and starvation. The strategic value of Templar maritime capabilities crystallized most dramatically during the pivotal Third Crusade, when Christian forces undertook the desperate siege of Acre. Templar vessels maintained a relentless naval blockade, their warships prowling like wolves to prevent Muslim relief ships from reaching the defended city. They transported siege equipment, too massive for land travel, across impossible terrain, and evacuated wounded soldiers for treatment at rear areas when medical supplies ran short. This multi-dimensional support proved absolutely essential to the eventual Christian recapture of this vital port city, a rare victory in an otherwise disappointing campaign. The Templars' maritime prowess extended far beyond battlefields into the very fabric of Mediterranean travel. European nobles, journeying eastward to fulfill sacred vows, eagerly sought passage aboard Templar vessels, drawn by their unmatched reputation for safety in treacherous waters. Even common pilgrims, despite modest means, willingly paid premium fares for the peace of mind these ships provided, a testament to the order's sterling reputation. With remarkable administrative foresight, the Brotherhood established what modern travelers would instantly recognize as the world's first organized passenger service. Fixed sailing schedules connected major Mediterranean ports, while standardized fare structures brought unprecedented predictability to sea travel in an age defined by uncertainty. The military precision that defined their naval operations blossomed into lucrative commercial ventures during peacetime. Templar trading vessels became the preferred carriers for high-value cargo. Their red-crossed sails, a floating guarantee of secure delivery and honest dealings. These mercantile journeys carrying exotic Eastern luxuries westward and European goods to Oriental markets generated substantial profits that flowed directly into supporting their primary military mission, while weaving economic threads between distant civilizations. Perhaps most fascinating was the Templars' revolutionary approach to shipbuilding. Their vessels represented masterful hybrids of maritime traditions, blending elements from diverse seafaring cultures into uniquely effective designs. Deep Western-style hulls provided the stability and cargo capacity essential for Mediterranean crossings, while Eastern-influenced Latin sails granted their ships superior maneuverability in the region's notoriously fickle winds, a perfect marriage of form and function. This technical fusion extended to their navigational practices, where pragmatism trumped cultural boundaries. Templar mariners confidently employed astronomical techniques learned from Muslim sailors, alongside traditional Western methods based on coastal landmarks. When darkness fell, their vessels maintained formation through an intricate system of signal lanterns arranged in standardized patterns, a night communication network more sophisticated than anything found in contemporary European navies. Such innovations magnified the effectiveness of their fleet far beyond its numerical strength, transforming relatively modest naval forces into a decisive strategic advantage. Control over vital Mediterranean shipping lanes translated directly into political leverage within the Crusader states, where secular authorities constantly fretted over maintaining reliable communication with distant European homelands. The Templars strictly maintained naval neutrality during inter-European disputes proved particularly valuable, as their ships often provided the only trustworthy transport for diplomats traveling to reconciliation conferences. This maritime dimension perfectly complemented their renowned land forces, creating an integrated security capability unmatched by any secular power in the region. The strategic value of this naval expertise became starkly apparent during territorial crises, when Muslim forces reclaimed inland regions. As the Christian foothold in the Holy Land shrank to a narrow coastal strip, the ability to supply positions from the sea transformed from advantageous to absolutely essential. Following the devastating Battle of Hattin and Jerusalem's subsequent fall, Templar ships formed the vital lifeline sustaining the remaining Crusader footholds along the Levanten shore. Maintaining such maritime operations posed unique challenges for an order bound by monastic vows. Life aboard medieval vessels subjected men to hardships and dangers entirely foreign to land-based monastic experience. Extended voyages disrupted the rhythmic prayer schedules central to Templar spiritual life, while sea conditions made observing dietary restrictions practically impossible. With characteristic adaptability, the Brotherhood developed specialized regulations for their seafaring members, delicately balancing spiritual obligations with the harsh realities of maritime existence. Ship chaplains conducted modified religious services, accommodated to rolling decks and unpredictable weather, ensuring the order's spiritual character remained intact even in these most unconventional monastic circumstances. The Templar fleet reached its pinnacle of influence in the decades following the Third Crusade, with Jerusalem lost and Christian holdings confined primarily to coastal enclaves. Naval power became disproportionately crucial to Outremer's survival. Their vessels maintained lifelines between isolated Christian strongpoints that would otherwise have been impossible to defend, while regular maritime patrols served as powerful deterrents against Muslim naval forces contemplating attacks on vulnerable coastal positions. Archaeological excavations at former Templar ports have revealed the impressive infrastructure underpinning these naval operations. Digs at Acre have unearthed specialized facilities that speak to highly organized maritime activities, purpose-built storage chambers for marine equipment, workshops dedicated to sail production, and ingeniously designed slipways facilitating efficient vessel maintenance. These physical remains corroborate contemporary accounts, describing meticulously standardized procedures governing all aspects of Templar maritime operations. The enormous resources invested in these sophisticated facilities testify eloquently to the strategic importance the order placed on its naval capabilities. Though history has immortalized the image of the mounted Templar knight, these maritime warriors made equally vital contributions to the order's mission. Their mastery of Mediterranean seafaring extended the Brotherhood's protective umbrella beyond land, routes to encompass the crucial sea lanes connecting Europe with the Holy Land. This comprehensive approach to security across both domains established the Templars as truly indispensable guardians of Christian interests in the East, their protection seamlessly spanning from dusty pilgrim roads to the azure waters of the Mediterranean. Perhaps most remarkably, the maritime legacy of the Templar order outlived their presence in the Levant. When the last Christian territories in the Holy Land finally succumbed to Muslim forces, vital elements of Templar naval expertise found new life in other maritime powers, most notably Portugal, where many Templar resources were absorbed by the successor Order of Christ. This Portuguese connection would later play a crucial role in the Age of Exploration, as ships bearing the distinctive cross of Christ, direct evolution of the Templar emblem, ventured boldly into the Atlantic under commanders trained in navigational techniques descended from Templar practices. In this unexpected way, the maritime knowledge cultivated by these warrior monks for Mediterranean warfare ultimately contributed to humanity's greatest voyages of discovery. Chapter 7. The Banker Knights. As the Templars mastered both land and sea, they forged an integrated security network that revolutionized medieval warfare. This dual-domain strategy wasn't merely innovative, it was centuries ahead of its time, laying the foundation for their meteoric rise to power across the Mediterranean world. Yet, for all their martial glory and battlefield prowess, history's greatest irony may be that the Templars' most profound legacy wasn't written in blood, but in ink. While contemporaries marveled at their fighting skills, these warrior monks quietly engineered a financial revolution that would outlast their military conquests by centuries. From sword-wielding guardians of pilgrims' lives, the Templars transformed themselves into protectors of something equally precious: economic security. They crafted sophisticated financial instruments and banking practices that not only reshaped the medieval economy, but established precedents still recognizable in today's global financial systems. This remarkable evolution began with a deceptively simple problem. Medieval pilgrims, journeying to sacred sites, faced dangers beyond mere bandits. Carrying enough wealth for months-long journeys made travelers into walking treasuries, irresistible targets, even when successfully defended. The practical challenges of converting currencies across regions with incompatible monetary systems created additional headaches for medieval travelers. The Templar solution to this dilemma was nothing short of brilliant. A pilgrim could deposit their funds at a Templar commandery in their homeland and receive a cryptically encoded document intelligible only to initiated members of the order. Upon reaching their destination, they would present this document to the local Templar house and receive equivalent funds in local currency, minus a reasonable service fee. This innovation, essentially inventing the letter of credit, reduced the risks of long-distance travel while generating steady income for the order's military operations. The system's practical advantages proved so compelling that merchants, nobles, and pilgrims alike flocked to Templar houses across Europe. As Europe's commercial awakening gained momentum during the High Middle Ages, merchants eagerly embraced this secure method for transferring wealth between distant markets without physically transporting precious metals. The Templars' financial network, stretching from Scotland's misty highlands to Cyprus' sun-drenched shores, enabled commerce on previously unimaginable scales, helping fuel the commercial renaissance transforming European society. Royal houses, perpetually struggling with treasury management, quickly recognized the value of these services. Medieval kingdoms typically lacked permanent financial institutions. Royal treasuries often amounted to little more than glorified strongboxes following monarchs from castle to castle, creating nightmarish security and administrative challenges. The Templars offered an extraordinarily attractive alternative. Fortress-like facilities, staffed by literate administrators, implementing standardized accounting practices across an international network. King Louis VII of France became an early and enthusiastic client following his participation in the Second Crusade, where he witnessed firsthand the Templars' financial expertise amid the chaos of campaign. Upon returning to France, Louis took the unprecedented step of appointing a Templar knight as royal treasurer and began storing the crown's wealth within the order's imposing Paris headquarters, a decision that would reshape France's financial administration for generations. This arrangement established a template that other European monarchs eagerly followed, particularly in England, where King John and subsequently Henry III developed increasingly interdependent financial relationships with the order. By the early 13th century, the Paris Temple functioned effectively as France's national treasury, with dedicated Templar officials managing royal accounts separately from the order's own finances. The administrative infrastructure supporting these financial operations demonstrated astonishing sophistication for its era. The Templars maintained standardized accounting practices across their international network, employing double-entry bookkeeping methods that wouldn't become standard in Europe for centuries. Regular financial inspections by officials from headquarters ensured strict adherence to these standards, creating a level of accountability unprecedented in medieval institutions. The records distinguished clearly between organizational funds and client deposits, a concept of segregated accounts protecting customer assets that would later become fundamental to modern banking regulation. The financial expertise of these crusading bankers extended beyond simple deposit services to include functions recognizable as lending activities. While medieval church prohibitions against usury charging interest technically restricted lending practices, the order developed various arrangements that effectively provided credit while remaining within religious guidelines. Mortgage arrangements involving property transfers, exchange rate adjustments, and strategic fees all enabled capital deployment, while avoiding direct interest charges forbidden to Christians. These credit facilities proved particularly valuable to European monarchs, perpetually short of funds for military campaigns and governmental operations. When King Louis IX prepared for his crusade, substantial loans from the military brotherhood financed his expedition. Henry III of England repeatedly turned to their credit to address royal financial shortfalls. These high-profile lending relationships with ruling houses enhanced the order's political influence, while generating income for their core missions. The physical infrastructure supporting these financial operations impressed contemporary observers. Major houses of the knightly order contained specialized treasury chambers with sophisticated security features. The Paris Temple featured a multi-story stone tower with walls several feet thick, accessible only through a single fortified entrance, guarded day and night by the warrior monks. Within these secured spaces, iron-bound chests, organized by region, contained precisely documented valuables and financial records. These physical facilities represented the most secure storage available in medieval Europe, attracting deposits from those seeking unmatched protection for their wealth. Beyond physical security, this financial network offered additional advantages. The literate membership maintained meticulous records in an age when literacy remained uncommon. Their international structure facilitated transfers between regions using different currencies and financial systems. Their religious status provided moral assurance of honest dealing, absent from secular financial operators. These combined benefits made their services attractive even to Jewish and Muslim merchants otherwise suspicious of Christian institutions. The scale of their financial operations grew to remarkable proportions. When French officials later seized the Paris headquarters, they required weeks to inventory its contents, discovering substantial deposits from nobles, merchants, religious institutions, and foreign dignitaries, alongside royal treasures. Archaeological excavations of sites used by the order have unearthed specialized scales for precise coin weighing, seal matrices for document authentication, and accounting tokens used for complex calculations, physical evidence of sophisticated financial operations. The banking functions of these warrior monks extended to estate management services that would today be considered trust and investment activities. Crusading nobles, departing for extended periods, often placed their entire estates under the administration of this trusted order. The Knight brothers would manage agricultural properties, collect rents, resolve tenant disputes, and deliver revenues either to the owner's destination in the East or to designated family members remaining in Europe. These comprehensive services required considerable administrative sophistication, including legal expertise regarding property rights in various jurisdictions. The financial operations generated substantial criticism alongside their popularity. Religious traditionalists questioned whether such worldly financial entanglements befitted a monastic organization dedicated to spiritual warfare. Secular moneylenders resented competition from an institution exempt from taxation and many commercial regulations. Jewish financial operators, previously dominant in European credit markets, found their traditional role increasingly constrained as Christian rulers turned preferentially to the services offered by these Christian bankers. The military order defended their financial activities as necessary extensions of their protective mission, just as their swords guarded pilgrims' physical safety. Their financial instruments protected travelers' economic welfare, and revenues generated through financial services supported their military operations, defending Christian territories in the East. This pragmatic justification satisfied most contemporary observers, though tensions between spiritual ideals and commercial operations created ongoing internal debates within the Brotherhood. The sophistication of the financial practices developed by these monastic knights raises intriguing historical questions about their origins. Some scholars suggest possible influences from Islamic financial systems encountered during the order's Eastern operations. Muslim merchants had developed various credit instruments compatible with Islamic prohibitions against interest-bearing loans, creating potential models for adaptations by the Christian order. Byzantine practices may have provided additional influences, particularly regarding documentary forms used for commercial transactions. The Brotherhood's pragmatic approach to operational challenges made them receptive to adopting effective methods, regardless of origin. Their financial innovations had particularly transformative effects on international trade. Before the banking services offered by these warrior monks, merchants conducting long-distance commerce faced daunting challenges, converting currencies, securing funds during transit, and establishing credit in distant markets. The Order's international network dramatically reduced these barriers, enabling commercial operations across previously prohibitive distances. This facilitation of trade contributed significantly to the commercial revival transforming European economic life during the High Middle Ages. By the late 13th century, the Templars' financial empire had reached its apex's sprawling network of banking houses that stretched across Christendom like an invisible web of gold, from the misty shores of England to the sun-baked coasts of Cyprus, from the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the volcanic landscapes of Sicily. Their financial tendrils reached into every corner of the medieval world. Within stone fortresses that doubled as financial centers, Templar commanders' warriors, who had traded battlefield tactics for financial strategies, provided standardized banking services to an astonishingly diverse clientele. Dust-covered pilgrims with modest savings received the same meticulous attention as monarchs depositing royal treasuries, all served by men who had sworn vows of poverty yet managed the wealth of nations. This vast financial architecture stood as a monument to institutional innovation, creating a system without precedent in medieval Europe's economic landscape. Not until Italian banking dynasties emerged centuries later would Europe see financial operations of comparable sophistication and scale. Yet this remarkable achievement contained the seeds of its own destruction. The fate of this financial colossus would become fatally entangled with the Order's dramatic downfall. The Templars' fateful position as creditors to the French monarch, particularly the crushing debts accumulated by the perpetually cash-strapped Philip IV, would provide powerful motivation for the king's devastating attack. Philip's financial obligations to these monastic bankers transformed a spiritual order into an existential threat to royal authority, making their destruction not merely desirable but necessary for the crown's financial salvation. The Dawn Raid on October 13, 1307, when the king's men stormed the Paris temple with drawn swords, represented far more than religious persecution. It was, in essence, history's most audacious bank heist, the violent seizure of what had evolved into France's de facto national treasury, executed under the thin disguise of heresy accusations. Though flames consumed their order, the Templars' financial legacy refused to die, instead taking root in the fertile soil of European commerce for centuries to come. Like a phoenix rising from ashes, their banking innovations lived on through eager successors' Italian merchant houses that swiftly claimed the vacuum left by their destruction. These ambitious financial dynasties in Florence, Venice, and Genoa not only adopted the Templars' methods but refined them further, ensuring their revolutionary ideas would flourish rather than perish. The elegantly practical systems of documentary credit, secure international transfers, fiduciary trust services, and fortress-like deposit facilities, all pioneered by humble warrior monks who saw themselves merely as servants to pilgrims, gradually became the cornerstone architecture of European finance. The Templars' pragmatic solutions to medieval commerce's thorniest problems created enduring patterns that still echo through modern banking. Today's financial institutions unknowingly preserve these ancient innovations, invisible threads of continuity stretching across centuries to connect modern banking practices with their knightly creators. This metamorphosis from sword-wielding defenders to Europe's master financial architects remains one of history's most remarkable institutional transformations. What began with 9 battle-hardened knights protecting travelers on dangerous roads evolved into something far more profound, an order that engineered sophisticated financial instruments that transcended physical protection, shielding travelers from the invisible yet equally dangerous economic perils of medieval journeys. This extraordinary evolution from guardians of flesh to protectors of wealth showcased the Order's unmatched adaptability and carved a legacy far outlasting their military achievements. While their battlefield glories eventually faded to historical footnotes, their financial innovations continued quietly reshaping the contours of European commerce for generations. These remarkable men, who had perfected the brutal choreography of medieval combat, proved themselves equally masterful in the counting house. They wielded financial instruments with the same precision once reserved for their legendary swords, forever transforming medieval economics in ways that would outlive both their greatest triumphs and their catastrophic downfall. Chapter 8: Templar Economics. Revolutionizing Medieval Finance. The financial innovations previously explored merely scratched the surface of the warrior monks' vast economic empire. Their influence reached far deeper into the medieval world than most historians acknowledge. Like master weavers creating an intricate tapestry, the Holy Brotherhood crafted a comprehensive economic system that transcended simple banking. Their economic web encompassed thriving agricultural estates, bustling industrial workshops, sophisticated commercial transport networks, and pioneering forms of economic statecraft that wouldn't be seen again for centuries. This remarkable economic machine self-sustaining and brilliantly integrated fueled their military campaigns and political ambitions across 2 continents. At its foundation lay sprawling agricultural estates, gifts from devout supporters who saw the order as Christianity's sword and shield. Unlike their monastic counterparts who relied on direct labor, these warrior monks implemented an innovative manorial tenant system. Under their watchful eye, local farmers tilled the sacred soil, guided by meticulously standardized leases that specified everything from rent payments to labor obligations and production quotas. This shrewd administrative approach accomplished 2 critical goals: minimizing the personnel needed to manage vast territories while generating consistent revenue streams through a combination of cash rents, crop shares, and commuted services. The agricultural expertise of these Knights-turned land managers revealed a sophisticated understanding of productive efficiency that bordered on revolutionary. Their estates pioneered advanced crop rotation systems that maintained soil fertility when neighboring lands grew barren. Their brilliant water management infrastructure irrigation channels carving through Mediterranean landscapes and drainage systems threading across northern European fields dramatically increased land productivity beyond what medieval farming typically achieved. Their careful stewardship of forest resources ensured sustainable timber supplies for both construction projects and shipbuilding ventures. These systematic approaches to resource management yielded harvests that consistently outperformed typical medieval levels. Livestock management showcased another dimension of the Crusading Brotherhood's economic genius. Across their European territories, vast sheep flocks produced Hikoiti wool that fed directly into international trade networks. Their legendary horse breeding programs served dual purposes, supplying war-ready mounts for their own military operations, while producing prized destriers that commanded premium prices from Europe's nobility. In frontier territories across Iberia, their innovative cattle ranching operations developed techniques that would later shape colonial ranking practices centuries after the order's demise. The Templars didn't stop at primary production. With characteristic foresight, they established specialized industrial facilities that transformed raw agricultural outputs into valuable finished products. Their water-powered mills engineering marvels of the age-ground grain, pressed oil, and fulled wool cloth with remarkable efficiency. Vineyards, under their sacred protection, produced grapes transformed into wines so sought after they were traded across Europe's royal courts. In specialized workshops bearing their distinctive mark, skilled craftsmen produced everything from supple leather goods to finely wrought ironwork and sturdy textiles. These value-adding activities multiplied the economic productivity of their agricultural foundation while reducing their dependence on external suppliers for essential materials. Managing this vast economic network required administrative innovations virtually unheard of in medieval society. With characteristic, methodical precision, the knightly order developed standardized accounting methods applied uniformly across their scattered holdings. Regular inventories documented assets and production with meticulous detail. Annual financial reports flowed like tributaries from local commanderies to regional centers before reaching headquarters, creating unprecedented visibility into operations spanning continents. This administrative sophistication enabled strategic resource allocation decisions that would have been impossible for typical medieval economic entities to conceive, let alone execute. The Templars' network showcased a remarkably modern approach to regional specialization, demonstrating economic foresight centuries ahead of their time. With an almost prophetic understanding of comparative advantage, these warrior monks meticulously matched production to local strengths. Rich wool from fog-shrouded English hills, golden olive oil pressed from sun-drenched Mediterranean groves, amber waves of grain harvested from Central European plains, and towering timber hewn from mountain forests. This tapestry of specialized production flowed through their internal distribution system, a medieval supply chain connecting complementary zones across Christendom. Their approach anticipated economic principles that Adam Smith would only formally articulate 5 centuries later. Beyond rural dominions, the order's urban presence formed a parallel economic empire. Their commanderies in major cities controlled entire districts, bustling hives of commerce and industry. In London, the imposing New Temple complex cast its shadow over lucrative commercial properties lining Fleet Street. In Paris, their headquarters served as the heart of an extensive urban real estate portfolio that generated substantial rental income. These strategic urban holdings provided not just wealth, but also critical positioning within Europe's centers of commerce and power. The Templars' transportation network rivaled their banking system in sophistication. Like a medieval merchant fleet on land, their caravans connected distant properties along routes dotted with standardized way stations, fortress-like oases offering secure overnight refuge. Their wagon trains and pack animals carried not only order goods, but also accepted commercial freight from paying clients, with armed Templar escorts providing security unmatched by civilian carriers. Their transportation services became the premium choice for merchants moving valuable cargo through dangerous territories and medieval equivalent of armored car services. This integration of diverse economic activities created a marvel of medieval efficiency. Picture a single grain of wheat's journey, harvested from Templar-managed fields, ground at their water-powered mills, transported on their wagons to their Mediterranean ports, loaded onto their ships, carried to distant markets, and sold through transactions financed via their banking network. This vertically integrated system eliminated middlemen, minimized external dependencies, and maximized profits at every stage. A medieval corporation functioning with clockwork precision. Behind this economic machine labored thousands beyond the sworn brotherhood. A vast hierarchy of associated personnel powered their operations. Tenant farmers tilling their fields, craftsmen forging their weapons, clerical staff maintaining their meticulous records, and laborers constructing their fortifications. These extended networks created medieval employment ecosystems that touched countless lives, multiplying the order's economic footprint far beyond their formal membership. The Templars' approach to labor management reflected their unique blend of spiritual values and practical necessities. They paid wages that consistently exceeded local standards, attracting skilled workers and inspiring loyalty. Their work regulations specified safety practices and quality standards centuries before industrial regulations, while maintaining clear distinctions between brothers and lay employees. Their operational practices demonstrated remarkable concern for worker welfare compared to contemporary employers' Christian principles translated into economic relationships. On Europe's contested frontiers, the order specialized in economic transformation. From Iberia to Eastern Europe, Rulers granted them vast, undeveloped territories that required substantial investment before yielding returns. The Templars excelled at converting these wilderness zones into productive regions through systematic development, clearing dense forests, constructing water-powered mills, establishing self-sustaining settlements, and building defensive networks that enabled agricultural colonization. This frontier expertise made them invaluable to monarchs seeking to consolidate control over newly conquered territories. The economic relationship between their European properties and Holy Land operations demonstrated sophisticated resource management. European commanderies functioned as support bases for their frontline brothers in Outremer, with a standardized percentage of Western revenues flowing eastward like a financial lifeline. This reliable resource pipeline gave Templar forces significant advantages over other Crusade participants who depended on sporadic funding from distant patrons, allowing them to maintain military operations even when traditional crusading enthusiasm waned in Europe. Their economic architecture showed remarkable resilience during crises. When military disasters in the East disrupted normal activities, the Order could redirect resources through alternative channels within their network. This adaptability proved invaluable following the catastrophic loss of Jerusalem. When their economic infrastructure continued functioning despite territorial losses that would have crippled less flexible organizations, their distributed networks spread across continents proved far less vulnerable to localized disruptions than more centralized medieval institutions. The immense economic empire they constructed inevitably caught the hungry eyes of Europe's monarchs. Kings immediately recognized the strategic goldmine before them, institution capable of rapidly moving vast resources across borders in an era when royal treasuries struggled with basic logistics. The French monarchy, in particular, became deeply entangled in the Templar financial web, deputizing their administrative machinery to collect royal taxes, entrusting crown treasures to their impenetrable vaults, and increasingly relying on their financial wizardry to manage royal accounts. This intimate financial marriage with secular power planted the seeds of catastrophe. As the warrior bankers transformed from humble servants to royal creditors, from convenient tools to uncomfortable reminders of royal debt, they unwittingly recast themselves from indispensable asset to tempting liability in royal calculations. Surviving financial manuscripts reveal the Templars possessed monetary sophistication centuries ahead of their contemporaries. Their financial administrators displayed remarkably modern understanding of complex exchange mechanisms, currency depreciation patterns, and sophisticated capital preservation strategies. Their unparalleled international presence exposed them to diverse monetary systems, teaching hard-earned lessons about relative currency stability across regions. This practical, battle-tested financial knowledge informed both their internal treasury management and their whispered advice to wealthy clients seeking to shield assets. During periods when desperate kings debased their currencies to finance wars. Beyond parchment records, archaeological trowels have unearthed physical evidence of their economic brilliance. Excavated storage facilities reveal meticulously standardized inventory systems that would impress modern warehouse managers. Workshop ruins display production arrangements eerily resembling modern assembly lines. Agricultural installations showcase water management technologies that dramatically multiplied land productivity in ways medieval farmers could scarcely comprehend. These physical remnants powerfully confirm the documentary record of their systematic approach to economic organization. The ripple effects of their economic innovations spread far beyond their own operations. Vibrant regional markets blossomed around commercial hubs they established. Transportation networks improved dramatically to handle traffic generated by their trading activities. Banking practices pioneered in their counting houses gradually infiltrated secular commerce, transforming medieval business practices. Their economic innovations catalyzed development throughout medieval Europe, with influence far exceeding their direct operations. Their approach reflected pragmatic problem-solving rather than theoretical innovation. These warrior monks showed little interest in abstract economic philosophy. Their obsession was practical effectiveness. When existing methods failed to meet operational needs, they developed new approaches based on careful observation rather than theoretical models. This ruthlessly practical orientation enabled them to implement effective solutions without waiting for theological justification or theoretical debates to conclude. Historians have lavished attention on the Templars' battlefield exploits while often overlooking their economic legacy, yet their financial innovations outlived their military glory long after their distinctive white mantles vanished from European battlefields. Economic practices they pioneered continued reshaping European commerce for centuries. From sophisticated banking procedures to revolutionary estate management techniques, from integrated transportation systems to efficient workshop organization, their practical solutions to medieval economic challenges established precedents that fundamentally shaped subsequent institutional development across Europe. The Brotherhood's economic achievements demonstrated their organizational genius extended far beyond disciplined battlefield formations. The same systematic approach that made their military units terrifyingly effective in combat enabled them to coordinate complex/economic operations across vast geographical distances with unprecedented precision. Their unique integration of spiritual values with hard-nosed economic pragmatism created a revolutionary organizational culture, one capable of sustaining extraordinarily complex operations while maintaining its essential religious character. This remarkable ability to translate abstract spiritual principles into functional economic systems represented their most enduring contribution to European development. As the sun set on the medieval era, the Templars' economic innovations continued to cast long shadows across the emerging commercial landscape of Europe. Though their military and political power would eventually crumble, their economic legacy would silently endure their practical systems, becoming the invisible foundation upon which later financial institutions would build. In this way, these warrior monks achieved a form of immortality, perhaps more profound than battlefield glory. The quiet persistence of ideas that fundamentally transformed how Europeans conducted commerce, managed resources, and created wealth for centuries to come. Chapter 9. Daily Life of a Templar. The Templars' mastery across multiple domains represents perhaps their most remarkable institutional achievement. Behind the grand historical narrative of epic battles and revolutionary banking lay the intimate reality of individual knights, men who had devoted their lives to an extraordinary fusion of monastic discipline and martial prowess. Their daily existence differed dramatically from both traditional monks and secular knights, weaving elements of both vocations into a unique tapestry that colored every aspect of their lives from the first light of dawn until darkness fell. The most striking visual signature of these warrior monks was their appearance. Full members donned the iconic white mantle, symbolizing purity, boldly emblazoned with the Crimson Cross. After papal authorization of this emblem early in their history, their distinctive identity became unmistakable throughout Christendom. Beneath this renowned garment, their attire remained pragmatic and austere: coarse woolen tunics, simple linen undergarments, and durable leather boots designed for function rather than fashion. Unlike the vibrant, ornate finery of secular knights with their personalized heraldry, brothers of the order projected a uniform appearance, subordinating individual identity to their collective mission. This uniformity extended meticulously to physical appearance. The rule precisely dictated grooming standards: hair cropped to fit comfortably beneath helmets and beards, neatly trimmed but never fully shaved in the manner of secular fashion. These regulations served both practical military functions and deeper spiritual significance, visibly distinguishing brothers from worldly knights preoccupied with fashionable appearances from a distance. An approaching contingent of Templars presented an instantly recognizable and formidable uniformity, a living embodiment of their vows of unity and purpose. Daily life unfolded according to a rigorous schedule that seamlessly interwove religious observances with martial duties. Brothers awoke before dawn at the resonant toll of a bell summoning them to matins, the first prayer office. Following these early devotions, they would attend Mass before breaking their night's fast with a simple morning meal. The morning hours typically centered on military preparation and equipment maintenance, with knights honing their skills in formation, riding, weapons handling, and battlefield communications. Midday brought the brothers back to their chapel for prayers, followed by the principal meal consumed in reverent silence within the communal refectory. Dining practices followed monastic traditions ingeniously adapted to their martial requirements. Brothers ate without conversation while absorbing scriptural readings arranged by rank along sturdy trestle tables. Unlike traditional monasteries, with their predominantly vegetarian fare, the Templar rule pragmatically permitted meat 3 days weekly, acknowledging the physical demands of their military service. Portions remained modest, yet sufficient to sustain the physical strength their dangerous vocation demanded. Afternoon activities varied widely based on location and specific assignments. Brothers stationed at frontier outposts might conduct tense reconnaissance patrols or escort vulnerable travelers through territories haunted by bandits and enemy forces. Those at major commanderies might oversee sprawling agricultural operations, drill new recruits in the order's fighting techniques, or supervise the maintenance of critical defensive structures. Administrative responsibilities occupied others, including managing the order's complex finances, corresponding with distant preceptories, or meticulously inventorying supplies essential for their operations. The remarkably integrated nature of the Templar network meant knights regularly rotated through diverse responsibilities throughout their service, developing an unusually broad range of skills rarely found in other medieval warriors. As shadows lengthened, brothers gathered again for Vespers prayers before a light evening meal. After Compline, the final prayer office of the day, the rule imposed strict silence until morning, a practice fostering spiritual reflection and operational security. Knights retired to dormitory accommodations reflecting their monastic vows. Simple rope beds with straw mattresses stood in ordered rows within communal sleeping halls rather than the private chambers enjoyed by secular nobles. Personal possessions remained strikingly minimal, generally limited to clothing, devotional items, and military equipment issued by the order. rather than personally owned. This renunciation of private property represented a radical departure from the materialism of secular knighthood, where elaborate arms and armor often served as status symbols and personal treasures. This daily rhythm varied somewhat between different Templar establishments. Brothers serving in the volatile East faced challenges vastly different from those stationed at European commanderies. Frontier outposts maintained heightened vigilance, with knights sleeping fully clothed and ready for immediate response to alarms. Coastal installations coordinated closely with naval operations, while agricultural preceptories aligned their schedules with the eternal rhythms of planting and harvest. Despite these variations, the fundamental pattern of alternating prayer and service remained remarkably consistent throughout the far-flung territories under Templar control. The monastic dimension of Templar life extended far beyond scheduled prayers to encompass comprehensive spiritual practices, personal devotions, regular confession, and spiritual guidance from chaplain brothers formed essential elements of daily experience. The rule encouraged silent contemplation during routine activities, transforming mundane tasks into opportunities for spiritual growth. Even military training incorporated profound religious dimensions, with weapons practice preceded by prayers dedicating these martial skills to righteous defense rather than personal glory or worldly acclaim. Military training occupied a central place in daily Templar activities, with techniques far more systematic and sophisticated than typical feudal practice. New recruits underwent standardized training regimens, methodically building combat skills from basic horsemanship to complex unit maneuvers that required perfect coordination. Experienced knights regularly practiced formation riding, weapons handling, and tactical communications to maintain the operational readiness that made them legendary on the battlefield. Unlike secular knights, who might train sporadically between hunting expeditions and court appearances, Templar brothers engaged in daily martial practice as an integral part of their sacred vocation. Equipment maintenance formed another crucial component of daily Templar responsibilities. Their rule specified meticulous care for horses, weapons, and armor not as personal property, but as a sacred trust enabling their protective mission. Brothers devoted significant time to inspecting gear for damage, cleaning metal components to prevent corrosion in harsh climates, and ensuring their mounts received proper care essential for battlefield mobility. This systematic approach to equipment maintenance contributed significantly to the Templars' battlefield effectiveness, with warriors entering combat using weapons and armor maintained to standards far exceeding those of typical medieval forces. Communal life within Templar establishments reflected a careful balance between military hierarchy and monastic equality. While clear rank distinctions organized operational activities, the rule established practices emphasizing spiritual brotherhood regardless of status. All members ate the same foods, wore similar clothing, differentiated primarily by rank indicators, and participated in identical prayer obligations. This equilibrium created a distinctive community, successfully combining disciplined chain of command for military effectiveness with spiritual equality before Gaudan innovation that resolved tensions inherent in combining monastic and military traditions. Communication within this unique community followed carefully structured patterns. During meals and after evening prayers, strict silence prevailed in accordance with monastic tradition. Working hours permitted necessary operational communication, but but actively discouraged idle conversation that might distract from duties or spiritual focus. Chapter meetings provided formalized opportunities for addressing community concerns, with brothers speaking in turn according to rank and seniority. This controlled communication environment reduced interpersonal conflicts while ensuring necessary coordination for complex operations spanning multiple territories and languages. Interactions with the world beyond Templar establishments followed similarly careful regulation. The rule restricted casual contacts with outsiders, particularly women, who were completely barred from houses of the order. When external duties required interaction with secular society, brothers typically traveled in pairs to ensure mutual accountability and witness. These restrictions aimed at maintaining both moral discipline and operational security in an environment where the order's growing wealth attracted constant attention from both allies and potential enemies. Entertainment and leisure, as understood in secular society, had remarkably little place in Templar life. Their rule explicitly prohibited popular nightly pastimes, hunting for sport, attendance at tournaments as spectators, and participation in secular celebrations. Physical recreation took strictly practical forms, such as swimming for exercising horses or targeted games, developing combat-relevant skills. Leisure reading was limited to religious texts and operational materials, rather than the popular chivalric literature enjoyed by secular knights. These restrictions reinforced their separation from worldly values, while maintaining unwavering focus on their spiritual military mission. Discipline within this structured community relied on a graduated system of consequences for infractions. Minor violations, speaking during designated silence, or negligent equipment maintenance typically, resulted in additional prayers or temporarily reduced food rations. More serious offenses, such as insubordination or leaving an installation without permission, might bring corporal punishment or periods of isolation. The most severe violations, particularly those threatening the order's reputation or mission, could result in permanent expulsion, effectively ending a knight's career and core identity. This disciplinary framework provided both deterrence and rehabilitation, maintaining the order's standards while recognizing human frailty. Personal accounts from Templar brothers provide rare, illuminating glimpses into the lived experience behind these formal structures. A poignant letter from Brother Ferrand to his family vividly describes his transformation from secular knighthood. My days, which once passed in idle hunts and vain displays, now find profound purpose in prayer and protection of those unable to defend themselves. Though my bed is harder and my meals plainer, my soul finds a peace unknown in my former life. Such testimonies revealed that many brothers found profound meaning in the order's disciplined lifestyle rather than mere restriction. Daily life within the Templar ranks unfolded in fascinating variety, shaped by each knight's particular assignment. Picture a brother tasked with pilgrim protection weeks, spent traversing dusty roads between fortified safe houses, eyes constantly scanning rocky outcrops for ambush threats, hand never far from sword hilt. Meanwhile, another brother might immerse himself in ledgers and currency exchanges, orchestrating the order's vast financial network with mathematical precision. At frontier castles, knights seamlessly transitioned between overseeing construction projects, delicate negotiations with local communities, and leading armed patrols through contested territories. This rich operational tapestry provided diverse experiences while maintaining the sacred framework of Templar discipline prayer and purpose binding together these varied duties into a coherent spiritual whole. The international character of the Templars created a remarkably cosmopolitan atmosphere, unusual for medieval Europe. Within a single commandery, a French knight might break bread with brothers from Aragon, England, and Germanic lands, their different accents and backgrounds melding into a unique brotherhood that transcended national loyalties. While Latin served as the liturgical and administrative backbone, daily operations necessitated practical multilingualism. This cross-cultural environment fostered an extraordinary exchange of knowledge. Spanish brothers sharing siege techniques perfected against Moorish fortifications, German knights demonstrating Northern European horseback combat methods, Italian brothers contributing sophisticated financial practices developed in Mediterranean trade centers. Medical care within the Templar order represented a remarkable innovation. Infirmaries, staffed by specially trained brothers, offered treatment far superior to what most medieval warriors could access. The order pioneered preventative health measures with regulations governing everything from clean water standards to appropriate clothing for desert heat and winter cold. These medical practices proved crucial for maintaining fighting strength, particularly in the harsh environments of the Holy Land, where European armies frequently succumbed to unfamiliar diseases long before facing enemy forces. The Templars' pragmatic approach to health helped preserve their effectiveness where other crusading contingents withered. The rhythms of sacred seasons brought welcome variation to Templar life. Easter and Christmas illuminated the liturgical calendar with enhanced ceremonies and rare feasting permitted under their rule. Agricultural commanderies harmonized their activities with nature's cycles: spring planting, summer cultivation, and autumn harvest shaping daily routines. During harsh northern winters, activity turned inward. Knights meticulously repaired equipment, organized archives, and conducted specialized training in the warmth of stone halls. Yet even these seasonal adaptations maintained purposeful activity throughout the year, turning environmental constraints into opportunities for different aspects of their mission. Perhaps most fascinating were the psychological dimensions of Templar existence. These warrior monks inhabited a world of profound paradoxes, following contemplative schedules centered on inner peace while simultaneously honing skills for violent combat. They embraced personal poverty while collectively managing immense wealth. They lived in almost exclusively male communities while dedicating themselves to the Virgin Mary. Navigating these contradictions required extraordinary psychological flexibility that distinguished Templars from both traditional monks with their contemplative stability and secular knights with their straightforward martial values. They cultivated a unique mental discipline capable of transitioning from meditative prayer to battlefield focus with practiced efficiency. For newcomers, this distinctive identity often proved challenging. The order developed sophisticated initiation processes, gradually immersing novices in Templar disciplines rather than overwhelming them immediately. Veteran knights served as mentors through this transition, drawing on their own experiences navigating the order's complex demands. Historical records reveal that some recruits ultimately departed, finding the rigorous lifestyle unbearable, while others discovered profound fulfillment in these same structures, a sense of purpose and belonging that had eluded them in conventional knighthood with its often hollow pursuits of glory and wealth. Throughout their storied history, the lived experience of individual Templars remained remarkably consistent despite the order's institutional evolution. Whether serving during the humble founding decades or at the height of Templar power. Brothers followed essentially the same daily patterns established in their original rule. This consistency fostered powerful intergenerational bondsnates. Separated by decades or even centuries, could recognize themselves in one another through shared daily practices. Even as the organization expanded into sophisticated banking and territorial administration, the fundamental rhythm of alternating prayer and protection remained the defining feature of Templar existence. This extraordinary fusion of monastic discipline with military service forged a unique vocational identity that transcended existing medieval categories. Templars were neither quite monks nor conventional knights, but something altogether new, a third path that challenged traditional social classifications. Their daily practices embodied this hybrid identity: contemplative silence alongside battlefield communication, ascetic simplicity alongside military effectiveness, personal humility alongside collective power. This lived reality, more than abstract historical developments, defined what it meant to be a Knight Templar. As we conclude our exploration of Templar daily life, we are left with the image of men who found profound meaning in a disciplined existence that modern sensibilities might find oppressive. Their regimented days provided not just structure but purpose, their sacrifices, not merely obligations but pathways to transcendence. In their paradoxical world, where martial skill served spiritual ends, these remarkable men created something unprecedented, a brotherhood that transformed the contradictions of their dual vocation into a harmonious whole. Their legacy reminds us that even within rigid structures, the human spirit can find not just accommodation, but flourishing, a lesson that transcends their medieval context to speak across the centuries. Chapter 10: Blood and Faith. The Templar campaigns what it truly meant to be a member of this extraordinary military, religious order. The Knights Templar weren't merely guardians of pilgrimage routes, they were the steel-clad backbone of Christendom's military ambitions in the Holy Land. These warrior monks, with their distinctive white mantles emblazoned with red crosses, fought in virtually every significant campaign throughout the Crusader era. Their legendary discipline, superior weaponry, and unflinching resolve made them the elite fighting force among Crusader armies plagued by divided command and inconsistent quality. From glorious triumphs to devastating defeats, the poor fellow soldiers of Christ stood at the center of history's most pivotal battles for the Holy Land. Their military reputation evolved rapidly from their humble beginnings as road guardians. By the 1130s, merely a decade after receiving official papal recognition, Templar contingents were already deploying alongside royal forces in major field operations. The siege of Ashkelon in 1153 marked their dramatic entrance onto the grand stage of warfare. This strategic coastal stronghold had remained a persistent Muslim enclave, from which Egyptian forces launched devastating raids into Christian territories under the bold leadership of Grand Master Bernard de Tremblay. Templar knights led several daring assaults against Ashkelon's formidable defenses. Contemporary chronicles vividly describe a decisive moment when bombardment collapsed a section of the city wall, creating a potential breakthrough. The Templars, ever at the vanguard, surged forward to secure the breach, with their Grand Master reportedly among the first warriors through the opening. What transpired next became a subject of heated historical debate. Some chronicles assert that Bernard and his knights, driven by greed, advanced unsupported in search of plunder. Templar accounts, however, maintained, they sought to establish a defensive foothold, allowing the main army to follow. Regardless of their intentions, this small force found itself isolated within the city and quickly surrounded by desperate defenders. The Grand Master and approximately 40 knights perished in the ensuing bloodbath. Their bodies recovered only days later when the city finally capitulated. Despite this costly setback, the Templars' military significance continued to grow throughout subsequent decades. Their disciplined forces proved especially valuable in countering the rising power of Nur ad-Din, the formidable Muslim ruler who united previously fragmented territories across Syria and northern Mesopotamia. The Templars' network of imposing stone fortresses formed a critical defensive line, limiting Nur ad-Din's westward expansion, while their mobile forces conducted countless skirmishes and raids throughout contested frontier zones. The Battle of Montgisard in 1177 witnessed perhaps the most spectacular Templar military achievement. When Saladin invaded Christian territory with an army estimated at 26,000 men, the teenage leper King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem could muster only a few hundred knights and several thousand infantry in defense. This dramatically outnumbered Christian force included approximately 80 Templar knights, led by their fierce Grand Master, Odo de Santamende. Contemporary accounts describe Baldwin's bold decision to launch a surprise attack rather than await reinforcements, with the Templars forming the heavy cavalry spearhead. What followed astonished witnesses on both sides of the conflict. The Christian force achieved complete tactical surprise, with the Templar knights smashing into Saladin's unprepared columns like a divine hammer. Their disciplined charge shattered the Egyptian formations, triggering a wave of panic that cascaded throughout the larger Muslim army. By nightfall, Saladin's once mighty force had disintegrated, suffering catastrophic casualties during their desperate retreat across the unforgiving desert. Christian chroniclers attributed this seemingly impossible victory partly to divine intervention, but emphasized the decisive role played by the exceptional fighting prowess and leadership of the Knights Templar. This triumph proved fleeting. The scales of power gradually tipped toward the Muslim forces rallying under Saladin's brilliant leadership. The Templars suffered grievous losses in the ensuing years, including the capture of their valiant Grand Master, Odo de Santamende, after the bitter defeat at Margiun. Unlike ordinary noble prisoners who could anticipate ransom and release, the Knights Templar steadfastly refused exchange agreements. They considered it their sacred duty to achieve victory or embrace martyrdom. This unyielding policy stemmed from both their unwavering religious conviction and pragmatic military reasoning. They sought to eliminate any incentive for enemies to capture rather than kill Templar knights in battle. The Christian forces, including a substantial Templar contingent, faced their most devastating defeat at the Horns of Hattin in July 1187. This pivotal battle resulted from catastrophic strategic errors by Guy of Lusignan, Jerusalem's newly crowned and inexperienced king, ignoring the urgent counsel of the battle-hardened Templars. Guy recklessly marched his army across parched, waterless terrain during the scorching summer heat, effectively delivering his forces into Saladin's masterfully laid trap. Historical records indicate the Templars vehemently advised against this perilous strategy, but bound by their vows of obedience, ultimately followed their sovereign's commands to their doom. As the Crusader army staggered through the blistering heat, desperate with thirst, the Templars and their Hospitaller brethren formed a stalwart rearguard, shielding the army's vulnerable flanks from Saladin's harassing forces. When battle was finally joined on the parched hills of Hattin, these military orders launched desperate, thundering charges in valiant attempts to break Saladin's encirclement. Eyewitness accounts describe wave after wave of white-mantled Templar knights hurling themselves against the Muslim lines with fanatical courage, even as the main Crusader army crumbled around them. By nightfall, nearly every Templar knight present lay dead or in chains. Yet the aftermath proved even more catastrophic. While captured secular knights represented valuable ransoms, Saladin reserved special treatment for the Templars. Viewing them as his most dangerous and implacable foes, he personally oversaw the systematic beheading of approximately 200 knights from both military orders. This calculated elimination of the Crusaders' elite warriors dealt a devastating blow to Christian military capabilities throughout the region. Within months, Jerusalem itself, Christendom's most precious prize, fell to Saladin's triumphant forces, effectively extinguishing the First Crusader kingdom. Paradoxically, this catastrophe elevated the Templars' importance in the remaining Christian territories. With secular forces decimated and countless nobles languishing in captivity, the military orders, with their independent financing and international recruitment networks, emerged as the primary bulwark defending the surviving coastal cities. The Templars' formidable stone fortresses became critical strongpoints as Saladin's armies swept through former Christian territories. Their naval capabilities proved crucial in maintaining tenuous supply lines to isolated outposts that would otherwise have been indefensible. The Third Crusade, launched in response to Jerusalem's fall, created new opportunities for the Templars to demonstrate their martial value. When Richard the Lionheart's forces advanced along the Palestinian coast, Templar contingents served dual roles as elite shock troops in battle and invaluable cultural intermediaries for European commanders unfamiliar with the intricacies of Lantern warfare. The Templars provided Richard with specialized reconnaissance teams, guides intimately familiar with treacherous terrain, and tactical advisors deeply versed in Muslim fighting methods. Recognizing their unmatched discipline and regional expertise, Richard frequently positioned Templar units at critical junctures in his battle formations, entrusting them with the most strategically vital responsibilities. During this campaign, the Templars proved their worth extended far beyond the battlefield. Their sophisticated financial network facilitated crucial payments, sustaining Richard's army long after his royal treasury was exhausted. Their linguistic capabilities enabled delicate negotiations with Muslim forces when circumstances required diplomacy. Their network of imposing fortresses provided secure bases from which Crusader operations could be launched with confidence. This multifaceted support proved essential to the Third Crusade's limited successes in reclaiming portions of the Holy Land. The relationship between Templars and other Crusader contingents often crackled with tension. The Templars' legendary battlefield discipline stood in stark contrast to the individualistic glory-seeking of many secular knights. Their strategic caution, born from decades of permanent presence in the unforgiving Levant, frequently clashed with the aggressive impatience of European nobles eager for quick victories before returning home. These tensions occasionally erupted into open conflict, as when the headstrong Templar Grand Master Gerard de Riedfort publicly challenged other Crusader leaders over tactical decisions. Gerard de Riedfort stands as a compelling study in contrasts within the Templar hierarchy. During the kingdom's darkest hours, his battlefield courage became the stuff of legend. Eyewitnesses recounted with awe how he would plunge headlong into the chaos of combat, emerging miraculously unscathed, while death claimed those around him. Yet for all his personal valor, his judgment as a strategist proved fatally flawed. Before the catastrophic Battle of Hatton, sources suggest it was Rydford who fatefully encouraged King Guy toward the confrontation with Saladin that would shatter the Christian army. His legacy serves as a powerful reminder of the eternal military dilemma, how to balance audacious action with prudent strategy. While the Fourth Crusade veered dramatically off course to sack Constantinople, creating a rift between Eastern and Western Christianity that would never truly heal, the Templars maintained their disciplined focus. They largely abstained from this controversial campaign, choosing instead to reinforce their defensive positions across the vulnerable Outremer territories. This steadfast commitment to their original mission, rather than chasing political entanglements, revealed their pragmatic understanding of strategic priorities. As European attention scattered elsewhere, these warrior monks held firm along the increasingly threatened frontiers, their white mantles a constant reminder of Christian resolve. The later Crusades delivered diminishing returns, despite the Templars' continued participation. The Fifth Crusade briefly kindled hope with its successful capture of Damietta in Egypt, where Templar contingents played vital supporting roles. However, strategic overreach soon transformed potential victory into crushing defeat as the entire army narrowly escaped annihilation during a chaotic retreat through the Nile Delta. Throughout this ill-fated campaign, the Templars contributed specialized combat units, while attempting often in vain to temper the unrealistic ambitions of Crusade leaders who lacked their hard-earned understanding of regional warfare. Emperor Frederick II's Sixth Crusade presented a different challenge altogether. His diplomatic approach secured Jerusalem temporarily through negotiation rather than combat, bloodless victory that created profound ideological tensions for military orders committed to holy war. Templar leadership maintained a skeptical distance from these arrangements, correctly anticipating how quickly Jerusalem would return to Muslim control once the diplomatic foundations crumbled. Their foresight proved prophetic when the Holy City fell again within a decade, though their stance created political friction with imperial supporters. Throughout these ebbs and flows of Crusader fortune, the Templars maintained an unwavering military presence that distinguished them from all other Christian forces. When seasonal armies came and went, their garrisons stood watch in remote stone fortresses year-round. Not merely during active campaigns, their ships patrolled vital sea lanes, maintaining lifelines between isolated coastal strongholds. Their sophisticated intelligence networks monitored Muslim military movements, even during nominal periods of peace. This relentless vigilance provided crucial continuity through the sporadic attention Western powers directed toward the Holy Land. The Templars' relationship with their Muslim adversaries evolved in ways that revealed their pragmatic understanding of the complex Levantine political landscape. While unyieldingly committed to defending Christian territories, veteran Templar commanders developed nuanced insights into their opponents' motivations and capabilities. Unlike newly arrived European nobles, who often viewed Muslims through simplistic religious lenses, brothers stationed permanently in the region recognized the intricate political divisions within the Islamic world. This sophisticated perspective occasionally led them to engage diplomatically with certain Muslim rulers when strategic conditions warranted pragmatism. born of experience rather than ideological compromise. The remarkable career of Gerard de Rydefort perfectly encapsulates the Templar fighting spirit during this pivotal era. Rising to Grand Master despite his humble origins, his personal courage inspired countless brothers to follow him into battle, even as his strategic judgment frequently proved questionable. Having somehow survived the Hatton catastrophe, he was later captured during the siege of Acre, yet remarkably Saladin released him, a striking exception to the Sultan's typical treatment of Templar prisoners. Rydefort's death in subsequent combat cemented his reputation as a man utterly devoted to the Order's mission. Whether viewed as heroic exemplar or cautionary tale of valor untempered by wisdom, his life story illuminates both the extraordinary fighting qualities and the potential limitations of military leadership within this unique crusading brotherhood. As the 13th century unfolded, the Knights Templar faced a battlefield revolution that challenged their very foundation as heavy cavalry specialists. Recognizing this shifting tide of warfare, the Order demonstrated remarkable adaptability, no longer relying solely on their thundering charges of armored knights. The Templars integrated specialized crossbowmen whose powerful weapons could penetrate enemy armor at distances unimaginable to earlier generations. They recruited and trained siege engineers versed in the latest technologies for both attack and defense. Nimble light cavalry scouts extended their reconnaissance capabilities, providing crucial intelligence in the ever-changing frontier landscapes. This military evolution reflected in their architectural innovations as well. Templar fortresses transformed from simple defensive structures into sophisticated military complexes, featuring concentric walls that created killing zones for attackers. Precisely engineered arrow slits, optimized for the devastating accuracy of crossbows, and layered defensive systems that could function even when outer perimeters were breached. This willingness to evolve to embrace innovation rather than cling to tradition set the Templars apart from more rigid military organizations of their era. The Templars' final, magnificent stand centered on Acre, the last jewel of Christian presence in the Holy Land, as Sultan Khalil's vast armies methodically reclaimed former Crusader territories. The white-mantled knights formed the backbone of Acre's desperate defense. When the city's mighty walls finally crumbled in May 1291, after weeks of relentless bombardment, contemporary chronicles paint vivid images of Templar knights fighting with supernatural determination among the rubble and flames. Their fortress headquarters became the last bastion of resistance after the city proper fell, providing precious hours for terrified civilians to flee seaward while the knights held their ground. In this final moment of crisis, Grand Master William of Beaujeu embodied the Order's warrior ethos, personally leading a desperate counterattack against overwhelming odds until he fell, sword in hand. Following Acre's inevitable collapse, surviving Templars regrouped on Cyprus, refusing to abandon their sacred mission entirely. From this island sanctuary, they launched daring coastal raids, maintaining a defiant military presence along the Syrian shoreline. Their final foothold in the region, a tiny, fortified island just visible from the mainland, represented their stubborn refusal to concede defeat. When Mamluk forces finally overwhelmed this isolated outpost in 1303 through sheer numerical superiority, the last chapter of Templar presence in the East closed violently. True to their unyielding code, the captured Templar garrison met the Order's traditional fate: execution rather than ransom. This bloody conclusion marked the end of their military presence in the region they had been created to defend. Throughout nearly 2 centuries of continuous combat operations, the Knights Templar had established a reputation for disciplined battlefield effectiveness that stood unrivaled among Crusader forces. Their unique fusion of monastic devotion with professional military expertise produced warriors whom both Christian and Muslim contemporaries acknowledged as exceptional, from their stunning triumph at Montgeyser to their valiant last stand at Acre. While politically motivated crusades ebbed and flowed with European interests, these warrior monks maintained their sacred vigil along Christianity's most endangered frontier. Long after kings and emperors had redirected their ambitions elsewhere, the Templars' white mantles still fluttered defiantly from the battlements of remote outposts, testament to an unwavering commitment that endured until the very end. Chapter 11. The Fading Light of Crusader Kingdoms. As Christian banners retreated from the Holy Land, outpost by outpost, the once mighty Crusader presence withered like a vine cut from its roots. What had begun as a triumphant religious undertaking gradually transformed into a desperate struggle for survival. The Knights Templar, born from this holy mission, now faced an existential crisis as their very purpose crumbled beneath the weight of changing geopolitical realities. The thunderous fall of Acre in 1291 echoed through Christendom as the final chapter in the Crusader state's 2-century saga. This devastating loss wasn't merely a military defeat. It represented the culmination of a long, inexorable decline that transformed the Templar Order's very purpose and ultimately planted the seeds of their own destruction. To understand this collapse is to witness how shifting European priorities, Islamic resurgence, and bitter Christian infighting gradually dismantled what once seemed an unshakable Western foothold in the East. The foundation of this decline had been laid decades earlier, lurking beneath even moments of apparent Crusader triumph. In the wake of the Third Crusade, Christian territories had shrunk to a precarious coastal strip, a vulnerable sliver, lacking the agricultural heartland necessary for true self-sufficiency. This fragmented territorial patchwork created a permanent strategic nightmare. Major settlements lay exposed to attack from multiple directions, with defensive resources stretched desperately thin. Unlike the relatively defensible earlier Kingdom of Jerusalem, with its network of inland fortresses, these isolated coastal enclaves required constant vigilance against enemies who controlled the surrounding countryside and could strike at will. European enthusiasm for the crusading ideal visibly waned throughout the 13th century. The pure religious fervor that had once propelled the First Crusade gradually calcified into cynical political maneuvering. When popes called for new expeditions, they increasingly found their pleas met with diplomatic excuses from European monarchs, more concerned with consolidating power at home than reclaiming distant holy sites. Those crusades that did materialize frequently veered dramatically off course toward more immediately profitable ventures. Most infamously, when the Fourth Crusade sacked fellow Christian Constantinople, rather than confronting Muslim forces. This shifting European mindset manifested in a stark reluctance to commit meaningful resources eastward. While earlier crusades had attracted Europe's most formidable rulers, emperors, kings, and preeminent nobles commanding vast forces, later expeditions drew increasingly marginal leadership and diminishing armies. Louis IX of France stood as a notable exception, launching 2 major crusades with royal backing, but his isolated dedication merely highlighted the broader pattern of royal disengagement across Europe. For the Templar Order, this continental apathy created an escalating strategic crisis. Their entire operational model depended on a continuous flow of fresh recruits and resources from Western preceptories to their embattled Eastern front lines. As European attention drifted elsewhere, maintaining effective defense forces became an increasingly desperate challenge. Despite their considerable independent wealth, the battle-hardened brothers found themselves shouldering ever greater military burdens with ever-dwindling external support. Meanwhile, seismic political developments reshaped the Islamic world in ways that fundamentally altered the strategic landscape. The emergence of the formidable Mamluk Sultanate in Egypt created a disciplined adversary unlike any the Crusaders had previously faced. Where earlier Muslim powers had been fragmented by internal rivalries, the Mamluks forged unprecedented unity under brilliant military leadership. Their professional slave soldier system produced elite warriors, specifically trained and equipped for warfare against Crusader opponents. Under the ruthlessly effective Sultan Baybars, who ruled from 1260 to 1277, Mamluk forces launched methodical campaigns that systematically dismantled Crusader defenses. Each offensive followed meticulous strategic planning rather than opportunistic raiding, with clear objectives targeting the most vulnerable Christian positions. The terrifying efficiency of these operations stemmed from Baybar's intimate familiarity with Crusader tactics and weaknesses gained through years of direct combat experience. His armies methodically reduced fortresses once deemed impregnable, including the Templars' mighty strongholds at Safed and Beaufort, symbols of Christian military power that crumbled before the Sultan's relentless siege engines. The catastrophic Battle of La Fourby in 1244 foreshadowed the coming collapse. This devastating defeat, sometimes called the Second Hattin, saw the military orders suffer tremendous casualties while attempting to counter an Egyptian invasion. The Grand Master of the Templar Knights, Armand, disappeared in the fighting, presumably killed or captured, along with hundreds of brother knights. This military disaster critically weakened defensive capabilities at precisely the moment when more formidable Muslim leadership was emerging. Internal divisions among Christian factions further undermined effective resistance to these growing threats. Commercial rivalries between Italian maritime republics, Genoa, Venice, and Pisa repeatedly erupted into open warfare within Crusader ports. The resulting War of St. Sabas in Acre during the 1250s pitted Christian against Christian in street fighting so intense that Muslim observers reportedly expressed amazement at such self-destructive behavior. These conflicts diverted resources from external defense while damaging infrastructure and undermining unified command. The military orders themselves contributed to this disunity through their own intense rivalry. Forces of the Templars and Hospitaller Knights, though theoretically dedicated to the same cause, frequently pursued divergent strategies and competed for limited resources at critical moments. This competition prevented effective coordination between the two organizations best positioned to offer meaningful resistance to Muslim advances. Contemporary chroniclers recorded multiple instances where joint operations failed due to disagreements between order commanders, unwilling to subordinate their forces to rival leadership. The desperate strategic situation prompted increasingly risky political arrangements among the remaining Christian outposts. Alliances with Mongol forces against common Muslim enemies represented one such gamble. Leadership of the Templars participated in diplomatic missions to Mongol rulers, exploring potential military cooperation. Despite significant religious and cultural differences, these initiatives reflected pragmatic recognition that conventional Crusader approaches had failed to stem the tide of Muslim reconquest. Loss of major inland fortifications forced defensive concentration around key coastal centers, particularly Acre. This largest remaining Crusader city became the final repository of Christian power in the region, hosting headquarters for both major military orders alongside various secular authorities. The resulting overcrowding created administrative confusion, with multiple jurisdictions claiming authority within the same confined space. Effective defense planning proved nearly impossible amid such competing power centers. Siechto Castle Pilgrim stood as a symbol of the Templars' persistent commitment. Despite deteriorating circumstances, this massive coastal fortress, constructed with state-of-the-art defensive features, remained under control of the Templars, even as surrounding territories fell to Mamluk forces. Archaeological evidence reveals how the order continued improving its defenses until the final evacuation, reinforcing walls and adapting installations for use with the latest military technologies. This determined resistance illustrated their refusal to abandon their mission despite increasingly hopeless strategic realities. The fall of Tripoli in 1289 marked the beginning of the final collapse. This major port city had served as a crucial supply hub for remaining Crusader territories and hosted significant facilities of the Templar order. Its capture by Mamluk forces under Sultan Kalawan left Acre isolated as the last major Christian stronghold on the mainland. Despite this clear warning of imminent danger, political divisions within Acre prevented effective preparation for the coming siege. Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalil, succeeding his father Kalawan, assembled an enormous force specifically for Acre's reduction. Contemporary accounts describe an army numbering over 100,000 men, supported by the latest siege technologies, including massive trebuchets capable of hurling stones weighing hundreds of pounds. Against this overwhelming force, Acre's defenders could muster only a few hundred knights from the Templars and Hospitaller order, along with several thousand infantry of varying quality. The siege began in early April 1291, with systematic bombardment of the city's formidable defenses. Knights of the Templar order conducted periodic sorties, attempting to disrupt Muslim siege works, but their limited numbers proved inadequate against the vast encircling force. By early May, multiple sections of the outer walls had been breached, forcing the defenders into desperate street fighting. As enemy forces poured into the city, William of Beaujeu, the Grand Master of the Templars, died leading a counterattack against one of these breaches, epitomizing the order's commitment to fight rather than surrender. As the city's defense collapsed, remaining forces of the Templars withdrew to their fortress headquarters, which briefly held out after the city itself had fallen. This final strongpoint provided cover for civilian evacuation before ultimately being undermined and collapsing, reportedly killing hundreds of Mamluk attackers in its ruins. Surviving Templars escaped by sea to Cyprus, establishing temporary headquarters on this island kingdom. From this offshore base, they conducted periodic raids against the mainland coast, attempting to maintain some Christian military presence in the region. The tiny island garrison they established at Ruwad, just off the Syrian coast, represented their final foothold in the vicinity of the Holy Land. When this last outpost fell to a determined Mamluk assault in 1303, with the entire garrison of Templars executed after capture, their original mission effectively ended. The psychological impact of these defeats on the Templar Order cannot be overstated. For nearly 2 centuries, defending the Holy Land had constituted their primary purpose and defining identity. The complete loss of Christian territories in the region raised existential questions about their continued role. Unlike the Hospitals, who smoothly transferred their focus to Rhodes and developed a new maritime mission, the Knights Templar struggled to redefine themselves after the catastrophic losses in the East. European reaction to these defeats reflected complex and contradictory attitudes toward the military orders. While officially lamenting the loss of the Holy Land, Western powers showed little practical interest in mounting effective recovery expeditions. Some critics implicitly blamed the Templars and Hospitallers for failing to prevent the collapse. Despite their specialized defensive mission, this criticism conveniently overlooked the limited resources provided to these orders relative to the overwhelming forces arrayed against them. The geographic focus of the Templar Order shifted dramatically westward following these eastern losses. Previously, European commanderies had functioned primarily as support bases, channeling resources to frontline operations in the Holy Land. Now, with those front lines eliminated, the vast network of Templar properties throughout Europe represented an organization without its central purpose. Their extensive properties, banking operations, and administrative systems remained intact. But the military mission that had justified these resources no longer existed in its original form. Various proposals emerged for new crusading initiatives that might restore Christian presence in the Holy Land. The most developed of these plans came from Jacques de Molay, who became Grand Master of the Templar Order in the aftermath of the Eastern collapse. His detailed memoranda to European rulers outlined potential strategies for a new expedition, emphasizing the need for adequate preparation, unified command, and strategic coordination absent from previous failed attempts. These proposals received polite acknowledgement but little concrete support from increasingly inward-focused European monarchies. The Templars soon faced a critical challenge. The Hospitaller Order proposed merging all military orders into a single unified organization. This radical consolidation garnered substantial support from European monarchs and church officials who recognized potential administrative efficiencies. Jacques de Molay, the Templar Grand Master, vehemently rejected these proposals, fighting to preserve the order's distinctive identity, traditions, and autonomy that had defined them for nearly 2 centuries. Despite their existential crisis, the Templars maintained their vast financial empire across Western Europe. Their sophisticated banking network continued serving royal treasuries. Their agricultural estates generated impressive revenues, and their maritime ventures prospered throughout Mediterranean trade routes. This remarkable economic success masked a dangerous vulnerability there. Extraordinary wealth increasingly attracted the predatory gaze of financially desperate monarchs, none more dangerous than Philip IV of France. The fundamental problem was clear. An organization born for holy warfare now possessed immense resources without its original purpose. Without active combat operations in the East to justify their special status, the Templars' exceptional privileges appeared increasingly questionable. Their sweeping tax exemptions, legal immunities, and direct papal allegiance all reasonable when supporting frontline crusading efforts, now seemed like unjustified privileges, ripe for challenge. This crisis of purpose, after Acre's fall, created the perfect conditions for their eventual downfall. The bitter irony was stark. An institution specifically created to defend Christian territories in the Holy Land now stood without territories to protect, yet retained enormous wealth, political influence, and institutional independence, even as their founding mission had vanished. This precarious imbalance made these warrior monks vulnerable to the political machinations brewing in European courts. Their decline in the East came not from any personal failure or lack of courage, but from larger geopolitical forces beyond their control. Throughout changing Crusader fortunes, the Holy Brotherhood had maintained their defensive responsibilities with unwavering dedication. Individual knights displayed extraordinary valor defending doomed positions, and their organizational discipline remained steadfast even as broader European enthusiasm for crusading collapsed. Yet such dedication proved futile against the overwhelming political and military forces gradually erasing the Christian presence they were sworn to protect. As the 14th century dawned, this military religious order stood at a fateful crossroads, an institution with a glorious past but uncertain future. Their original mission lay buried beneath Acre's fallen stones. Their vast resources remained impressive, but increasingly disconnected from any clear purpose. Their traditional political allies showed waning interest in proposed new crusading ventures. These circumstances created the perfect vulnerability for opportunistic secular powers, particularly the French crown, eager to seize their wealth and eliminate their independent authority. The Brotherhood that had weathered 2 centuries of brutal frontier warfare now faced an enemy far more dangerous than any they had encountered on the battlefield: political intrigue and royal avarice. The Templars' wealth, once a means to support their sacred mission, had become both their greatest asset and their most dangerous liability. While their military prowess remained formidable, they were ill-equipped for the shadowy world of court politics and legal manipulation that would soon engulf them. The warriors, who had stood resolute against Saladin's armies and Babar's elite forces, would find themselves defenseless against carefully crafted accusations and judicial torture. As the chapter of their military glory closed, a darker one was about to begin, one where their legendary courage would face its ultimate test, not on the sun-baked battlefields of Outremer, but in the damp dungeons of their homeland. The Templars' transition from revered defenders of Christendom to accused heretics would become one of history's most dramatic reversals of fortune. A cautionary tale of how quickly power and prestige could be stripped away when they no longer served the interests of the powerful. Chapter 12: The Fall, Conspiracy, Greed, and the Betrayal of an Order. The Knights Templar, once the shield of Christendom, now faced a threat more insidious than any Saracen army, one emerging from the very European societies they had faithfully served for centuries. Dawn broke over Paris on Friday, October 13th, 1307, as golden light spilled across the cobblestones. An operation of unprecedented scale unfolded with military precision. Royal officials, their faces grim with purpose, moved through the awakening city, bearing sealed parchments. Behind them marched armed guards, hands resting on sword hilts, prepared for resistance they hoped not to face. Their target was not some foreign enemy, but the revered Knights Templar. Every member, every commandery, every fortress within French territory. By the time darkness fell across Paris that evening, The most powerful military religious order in Christendom lay decapitated in a single, devastating stroke of royal authority. This shocking assault represented the culmination of elaborate planning by King Philip IV of France, a monarch whose relationship with these warrior monks had undergone a sinister evolution, from financial dependence to festering resentment, and finally to cold, predatory calculation. The arrests marked the beginning of a process that would transform the Templars from living institution to historical enigma, from operational reality to contested memory that would echo through centuries. To understand this tragic final chapter requires peeling back layers of medieval politics, examining the tangled web of motivations, accusations, and power dynamics that produced one of history's most notorious legal prosecutions. At its center stood Philip IV of France, known to contemporaries as Philip the Fair for his striking appearance. The king's fiscal policies had proven anything but equitable. Costly wars against England and Flanders had bled the royal treasury dry, leaving Philip desperate for funds. His previous financial expedients had proven both insufficient and unpopular. Debasing the currency brought temporary relief but undermined economic stability. Confiscating Jewish property yielded quick profits but destroyed valuable commercial networks. Taxing the clergy against papal prohibitions generated ecclesiastical opposition without solving long-term shortfalls. Against this backdrop of financial desperation, the immense wealth controlled by the Templar order gleamed like an irresistible prize to a ruler, perpetually searching for new revenue sources. Yet the relationship between king and Templars had once been one of mutual trust. Like his royal predecessors, Philip had relied heavily on the financial expertise of the Templars, storing royal treasures within their fortified Paris vault and appointing their officials to key treasury positions. During a violent Parisian riot just a year earlier in 1306, the king had sought refuge behind the massive walls of the Temple fortress, protected by the very organization he would soon betray. This earlier trust made his subsequent betrayal all the more shocking. Yet beyond mere financial motivation lay broader political calculations. The exceptional autonomy of the Templars from secular authority presented a fundamental challenge to Philip's vision of centralized royal power. Their direct accountability to the Pope contradicted his systematic efforts to establish monarchical control over all institutions within French territory. Their international command structure created divided loyalties, potentially undermining national cohesion. Their extensive legal privileges established precedents limiting royal authority that Philip methodically sought to eliminate. In this campaign of elimination, the king found his perfect instrument in Guillaume de Nogaret, chief minister and legal strategist. Nogaret, a brilliant jurist trained in Roman law, had previously orchestrated the audacious attack on Pope Boniface VIII at Anagni in 1303. That violent confrontation, intended to facilitate the Pope's forced abdication, demonstrated Nogaret's willingness to employ extreme measures against even the highest spiritual authorities when royal interests demanded. He applied this same ruthless approach to constructing the legal framework for the Templars' destruction. Nogaret's strategy centered on accusations of heresy, the most serious charges possible in medieval jurisprudence. By framing the planned action as a matter of religious purification rather than political convenience, Philip's government sought to neutralize potential papal objections while justifying the seizure of Templar assets. The specific allegations combined traditional heresy claims with shocking elements designed to preclude any public sympathy for the accused. These charges, meticulously detailed in arrest orders distributed to royal officials throughout France, painted a picture of an organization fundamentally corrupted from its original sacred purpose. Templars allegedly denied Christ during secret initiation ceremonies, spat upon the cross, engaged in inappropriate kissing rituals, worshipped mysterious idols, and permitted homosexual practices among their members. Supporting these sensational claims were more procedural accusations regarding unauthorized absolution and financial corruption, technical violations that lacked public shock value, but provided additional legal foundations for prosecution. Most infamous was the alleged worship of a mysterious head or idol called Baphomet, a term whose origins remain contested among scholars. Some suggest linguistic corruption of Mohammed, implying Islamic influence, while others propose connections to Gnostic traditions or pagan fertility symbols. The mysterious nature of this charge enhanced its effectiveness, allowing accusers to present the Templars as secretly devoted to incomprehensible and presumably diabolic practices hidden behind a facade of Christian piety. The timing and execution of the arrests demonstrated remarkable strategic coordination. Royal officials throughout France opened sealed orders simultaneously on the appointed morning, ensuring the Templars had no opportunity to hide assets or organize resistance. Grand Master Jacques de Naval, who had been in France for consultations regarding a new crusade proposal, found himself seized alongside other senior officials at the Paris Temple. Within hours, Templars throughout the kingdom were behind bars, their properties secured by royal agents, their records confiscated for examination. This swift action presented Pope Clement V with a fait accompli. The French-born pontiff, whose election had benefited from Philip's influence, received news of the arrests only after they had already occurred. This tactical approach prevented papal intervention that might have protected an order directly answerable to Rome rather than secular authority. The king's representatives justified their haste by claiming defense of the faith required immediate action, presenting the Pope with evidence supposedly confirming heretical practices within the Templars' ranks. What followed represented medieval Europe's first systematic use of torture in a major political prosecution. Templar knights, men accustomed to battlefield hardships but unprepared for judicial brutality, faced professional torturers, employing techniques designed to break both body and will. Strapetto, suspension dislocated shoulders and arms. Foot roasting inflicted excruciating burns. Sleep deprivation and starvation weakened resistance over extended periods. These methods produced precisely the confessions royal prosecutors required to validate their accusations. Jacques de Naval initially confessed under these conditions, acknowledging some charges while denying others. His statement, extracted after prolonged torture, provided crucial propaganda value for Philip's government. Royal publicists ensured this confession received widespread attention, undermining potential sympathy for imprisoned Templars. The spectacle of the order's supreme leader admitting corruption seemed to validate even the most extreme accusations against his subordinates. The nightmare of torture engulfed virtually every Templar arrested in France. Historical evidence reveals that almost none maintained their innocence throughout the brutal interrogations. Under extreme physical agony, most eventually yielded partial confessions, typically admitting to ceremonial transgressions like denying Christ or spitting on the cross. while steadfastly rejecting the more sensational claims of idol worship and immoral conduct. This pattern of confessions sharing basic elements, yet diverging in specific details, bears the unmistakable fingerprint of statements extracted through excruciating pain rather than coordinated deception. Pope Clement V found himself trapped in a diplomatic quagmire. His ecclesiastical authority over the Templars demanded their protection from secular interference. Yet his papacy's precarious position, recently relocated to Avignon under the shadow of French influence, left him dangerously vulnerable to Philip's pressure. His personal experiences in southern France, where he had witnessed the Church's campaign against Cathar heresy, made him susceptible to fears that even the most venerable religious institutions might secretly harbor apostasy. Struggling to reclaim control of the escalating crisis, Clement issued the bull Pastoralis Preeminentia in November 1307. This papal decree commanded all Christian monarchs to arrest Templars within their domains, a desperate attempt to transform Philip's unilateral action into a church-sanctioned investigation while reasserting papal authority over the proceedings. The results outside France revealed a damning pattern. When Edward II of England, initially resistant but eventually compliant with papal orders, interrogated Templars without torture, forbidden under English law, virtually none confessed to heretical activities. Similar outcomes emerged across Aragon, Castile, Portugal, and German territories, where investigations conducted without French-style torture methods consistently failed to produce evidence supporting the sensational accusations. This stark geographical correlation between torture use and confessions exposed the manufactured nature of the French charges. Even the most resilient Templars eventually broke under the combined weight of extended imprisonment and relentless judicial pressure. The order's leadership, recognizing the existential threat they faced, attempted various defensive strategies, challenging procedural irregularities, denouncing torture-extracted confessions as invalid, and in rare cases, orchestrating escapes to neighboring territories. Most, however, remained ensnared in a judicial apparatus engineered to produce predetermined verdicts regardless of evidence. The prosecution faced an unexpected crisis when several imprisoned Templars, once free from immediate torture, courageously recanted their confessions. In Paris, a group of defenders emerged, willing to represent the order against the charges, arguing that fundamental procedural violations invalidated the entire process. Philip's government, determined to maintain their narrative regardless of mounting evidential problems, responded with renewed brutality. On May 12, 1310, those Templars who had recanted their confessions and volunteered to defend the order were condemned as relapsed heretics and burned at the stake in a field outside Paris. This mass execution sent an unmistakable message throughout the prisons, holding Templars' confession offered the only path to survival. Subsequent defense efforts collapsed as the remaining brothers recognized the futility and mortal danger of resistance. While the elaborate legal proceedings continued as theater, the practical dissolution of the order advanced swiftly. Royal administrators methodically inventoried and seized control of Templar properties throughout France. Their extensive banking operations, agricultural estates, urban facilities, and accumulated treasures, though officially in administrative limbo, during the ongoing trials, effectively transferred to royal control immediately following the arrests. The Council of Vienne, convened in 1311 to address the Templar question alongside other ecclesiastical matters, revealed Clement's continuing ambivalence. The assembled church leaders reviewed evidence from various regional investigations, confronting the glaring inconsistencies between territories that employed torture and those that followed traditional judicial procedures. When several hundred Templar representatives unexpectedly appeared, offering to defend their order, the Pope abruptly suspended proceedings, rather than allow any direct challenge to the French narrative. Philip forced a resolution through raw intimidation, arriving at Vienne with an imposing military entourage that left no doubt about his intentions. Facing this show of force, Pope Clement, trapped between ecclesiastical duty and political reality, conceded defeat. In 1312, he issued the Bull Vox in excelso, dissolving the Templars through a carefully worded administrative decree rather than an outright condemnation of heresy. This linguistic sleight-of-hand represented a masterful compromise. It allowed the Pope to save face by avoiding a definitive declaration that the entire order was heretical, while still yielding to Philip's demand for dissolution. The document's careful wording preserved a thin veneer of papal independence amid unmistakable capitulation. Clement's subsequent bull, ad providum, attempted to protect the Templars' vast holdings by transferring them to the Hospitaller order rather than secular authorities. The reality, however, proved far different, particularly in France. Philip's officials retained enormous portions of Templar wealth through creative accounting, claiming exorbitant administrative costs and fabricated debts supposedly owed to the crown. This arrangement brilliantly served the king's financial ambitions, while maintaining a facade of religious propriety. On parchment, sacred assets remained in sacred hands. In practice, Philip secured the treasure he had coveted from the beginning. The final chapter of this medieval tragedy unfolded around the fate of Jacques de Maule and the order's senior leadership. After years of harsh imprisonment, the Grand Master and Geoffroy de Charny, preceptor of Normandy, were brought before Notre Dame Cathedral in March 1314. Standing beneath the cathedral's towering spires, they heard their sentences pronounced: life imprisonment based on confessions extracted through unimaginable suffering. What happened next electrified the crowd gathered in the cathedral square. Both men, perhaps sensing this as their final moment of truth, suddenly revoked their confessions. With voices strengthened by conviction, they proclaimed the order's complete innocence, attributing their earlier statements solely to the horrors of torture they had endured. This unexpected defiance threw church officials into confusion, but provoked swift and merciless action from Philip. Declaring them relapsed heretics without further judicial proceedings, the king ordered their immediate execution. That very evening, as Parisians watched in stunned silence, the two Templar leaders were burned at the stake on a small island in the Seine, the flames reflecting off the dark waters flowing past. Even as the fire consumed them, both men maintained their innocence with unwavering dignity. According to persistent legend, Desmoulins's final breath carried a prophetic curse upon those who had orchestrated this injustice. He summoned both Philip and Clement to meet him before God's judgment seat within a year. When both men indeed died within months, Clement succumbing to illness in April, and Philip perishing in a hunting accident that November, many whispered that Desmoulins's curse had found its mark. This dramatic conclusion transformed the Templars' destruction from mere politics into enduring legend. Their suppression marked a watershed moment in European power relations. Secular monarch had successfully annihilated an international religious order despite its direct papal protection, forever altering the balance between throne and altar. the legal precedents established proved equally momentous. The cynical deployment of heresy accusations to justify property seizures created a dangerous template for future abuses of judicial power against inconvenient institutions. More fundamentally, the entire affair demonstrated how systematic torture could manufacture evidence supporting virtually any narrative desired by those in power, exposing the profound vulnerabilities in medieval judicial processes. For thousands of Templars beyond France's borders, the order's dissolution created profound personal dislocation. Men who had dedicated their entire lives to a sacred military vocation suddenly found themselves adrift, stripped of both purpose and identity. Most received modest pensions drawn from former Templar properties. Typically, with strings attached, they would be closely monitored while living in other religious houses, forever under suspicion despite never being proven guilty of any crime. Chapter 13. Legacy and enduring shadow. Their iconic white mantles vanished from the landscape, their brotherhood dissolved, not by the sword on battlefield, but by the stroke of a pen administrative decree bringing an end to what armies could not defeat. The fall of the Knights Templar represents not merely an ending, but a profound transformation, a death and rebirth that would echo through centuries. Though the organization formally ceased to exist, its spirit, knowledge, and innovations flowed like tributaries into the river of history. For 7 centuries, the Templar influence has coursed through Western civilization in successor military orders, revolutionary banking practices, imposing architectural monuments, and the fertile soil of legend and myth. The shadow of these warrior monks stretches across time, touching realms of human experience far beyond the Crusader battlefields they once dominated. In the immediate aftermath of suppression, Europe witnessed not uniformity, but striking regional variations in the Templar legacy. While Philip IV of France achieved his primary objective, seizing the military brotherhood's vast wealth to replenish his depleted treasury, other European monarchs charted different courses. In England, Edward II reluctantly followed papal directives, transferring most Templar properties to the Hospitallers as officially mandated. The Iberian kingdoms, however, demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in preserving Templar resources and personnel. Portugal presents perhaps the most fascinating case of institutional metamorphosis. There, the shrewd King Denis negotiated directly with the papacy to create the Order of Christ, essentially the Templars reborn under a new name, with their membership, vast properties, and organizational structure intact. This masterful political maneuver received papal blessing in 1319, ensuring continuity while nominally complying with the dissolution. This Portuguese transformation would later shape world history in ways the original Templar founders could never have imagined. Under Prince Henry the Navigator, who served as governor of the Order of Christ in the 15th century, the order's immense resources and maritime expertise fueled Portugal's age of discovery. Their wealth financed the caravels that probed ever southward along Africa's coastline, eventually rounding the Cape of Good Hope and reaching India. Ships bearing the distinctive red cross of the order evolved from the Templar emblem, carried explorers across uncharted waters to new continents, forever altering humanity's understanding of the world. The navigational knowledge accumulated through decades of Templar maritime operations between Europe and the Holy Land provided crucial foundations for these Portuguese explorations, helping redefine European conceptions of global geography and opening pathways to colonial expansion. Across the border in Spain, Templar resources flowed into several successor organizations, including the military orders of Montesa and Santiago. These brotherhoods continued the Templars' mission of defending Christian territories against remaining Muslim enclaves on the Iberian Peninsula, eventually participating in the final conquest of Granada in 1492, the culmination of the centuries-long Reconquista. Similar adaptations emerged across Europe's varied political landscape, with each region forging arrangements that reflected local power dynamics rather than following any standardized dissolution template. The Knights Hospitaller, as the primary institutional heirs to Templar properties throughout much of Europe, experienced dramatic expansion following the suppression. Their subsequent heroic defense of Rhodes, and later Malta, against Ottoman expansion, represented a direct continuation of the crusading ideal that had animated the Templar Brotherhood throughout its existence. Many of the imposing stone fortresses, originally raised by Templar engineers, simply changed management while maintaining their strategic defensive functions under these new administrators. Indeed, the physical legacy of the Knights Templar remains strikingly visible in structures scattered across Europe and the Near East. Their distinctive round churches, deliberately modeled after the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, still stand in London, Paris, Rome, and numerous European cities. Massive castle fortifications constructed under their supervision continue to dominate landscapes from the Syrian desert to the Scottish Highlands, silent sentinels testifying to their historical presence. While archaeologists continue uncovering new insights about Templar daily life through excavations at these widespread facilities, perhaps their most profound and lasting contribution lies in the realm of finance. The banking innovations pioneered by the Templars survived their suppression through adoption by successor institutions, particularly the Italian banking houses that expanded international finance in subsequent centuries. Documentation methods, credit instruments, and trust arrangements developed in Templar financial operations became standard features of European commercial practice. Their concept of international banking networks, providing standardized services across political boundaries revolutionary in the medieval world, established foundations for the modern global financial system. Yet, amid these positive legacies lies a darker inheritance. The legal proceedings against the Templars established disturbing precedents that would resurface repeatedly throughout European history. The systematic use of torture to extract confessions supporting predetermined narratives became a template for later witch trials, inquisitorial proceedings, and political purges. The cynical deployment of heresy accusations to justify seizure of wealth and property evolved into a recurring strategy. Whenever authorities sought to eliminate wealthy organizations that had fallen from favor, these procedural innovations represent perhaps the most troubling aspect of the Templar legacy: institutionalized techniques of persecution refined through their suppression. The Knights Templar transcended history to become legend almost immediately after their fiery end. As the flames that consumed Jacques de Naval died down, his reported curse against Philip and Clement, both dead within a year, ignited the medieval imagination. This dramatic fulfillment cemented a powerful narrative template: unjust persecution followed by divine retribution. Stories of Templar survival flourished like wildfire, with whispered tales of knights escaping to Scotland's misty highlands, Switzerland's remote valleys, or unnamed Atlantic islands, carrying with them not just material treasures, but arcane knowledge beyond ordinary understanding. These legends found particularly fertile ground in Scottish lore, where the Templars became intertwined with national identity through claims connecting them to the pivotal Battle of Bannockburn. According to these captivating traditions, battle-hardened knights who had fled French persecution rode to Robert the Bruce's aid, their military expertise tipping the scales toward Scottish victory against overwhelming English forces. Though lacking contemporary documentation, these narratives created an enduring mystical bond between Templar mythology and Scottish independence, a connection later reinforced through elaborate claims of Masonic lineage. The Masonic fraternity, emerging from the shadows into public view in early 18th century England, embraced and amplified Templar symbolism throughout its elaborate ritual structures. Higher degrees in certain Masonic systems boldly claim direct descent from the warrior monks, portraying the medieval order as guardians of profound esoteric wisdom preserved within Masonic traditions, like precious jewels in a hidden vault. While serious historians find scant evidence supporting any direct organizational continuity, these associations firmly embedded Templar imagery within Western esoteric traditions, where they continue to inspire contemporary spiritual seekers and mystery schools. Modern popular culture has exponentially amplified the Templars' presence in our collective imagination. From Indiana Jones's archaeological adventures to the virtual worlds of Assassin's Creed, from Dan Brown's labyrinthine conspiracies to countless historical novels, the white-mantled knights have become ubiquitous symbols of medieval mystery and hidden knowledge. Their dramatic historical trajectory, humble beginnings, meteoric rise to extraordinary power, catastrophic full offers, storytellers across all media, an irresistible narrative arc laden with symbolism. This cultural afterlife has projected their influence far beyond anything they achieved during their actual 2 centuries of existence. Meanwhile, academic historians continue illuminating new facets of the genuine Templar story through meticulous archival discoveries and archaeological investigation. Previously overlooked transcript evidence from their trials reveals intricate details of medieval judicial procedures and political machinations. Excavations at sites from Cyprus to Scotland uncover the physical realities of Templar daily operations, details impossible to reconstruct from documentary sources alone. Comparative analysis, placing the Templars within broader patterns of religious military orders, reveals both their unique innovations and the features they shared with similar institutions. The enduring fascination with these warrior monks reveals deep currents flowing through Western cultural consciousness. Their story encapsulates fundamental tensions that still resonate today, between religious idealism and practical power, between institutional authority and individual commitment, between mystical spirituality and martial discipline. These contradictions, embodied in the paradoxical figure of the warrior monk, continue to captivate audiences seeking to understand how spiritual values interact with worldly realities in their own lives. The Templars' institutional journey, from 9 knights pledging to protect vulnerable pilgrims on dangerous roads to an international powerhouse controlling vast resources across 2 continents, demonstrates both the potential and peril of organizations combining religious motivation with worldly power. Their rise exemplifies how laser-focused purpose and disciplined structure can achieve extraordinary development against seemingly impossible odds. Their fall starkly illustrates how accumulated wealth and privileged autonomy inevitably attract predatory attention from competing power centers a lesson that transcends their medieval context. The legacy of the Knights Templar ultimately transcends both uncritical admiration and cynical dismissal. Their true historical significance operates simultaneously across multiple dimensions: revolutionary military tactics, pioneering financial innovations, breathtaking architectural achievements, and visionary organizational design. They created international institutional structures in an age defined by fragmented local authorities. They developed ingenious solutions to logistical challenges that had defeated others for generations. They demonstrated how deeply held religious values could motivate and sustain organizational discipline across vastly different environments and challenges. 7 centuries after Jacques de Malay's execution, the red-crossed white mantle of the Templar Knight still evokes powerful symbolic resonance. Whether viewed as exemplars of religious dedication, victims of cynical political persecution, pioneers of international banking, or guardians of mysterious ancient wisdom, the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon continue to occupy a unique position in Western historical consciousness. Their remarkable story, from humble beginnings through meteoric growth to dramatic suppression, remains an essential chapter in understanding how medieval society organized its highest ideals while confronting its deepest contradictions. The ultimate irony in the Templar story may be that an organization created to defend physical territory, holy sites in stone and earth, ultimately achieved its most enduring influence through intangible legacies, institutional models, financial innovations, architectural principles, and symbolic resonance. Long after the walls of Acre crumbled into dust and the Paris Temple fortress was demolished stone by stone, the organizational patterns they established and the cultural imagination they inspired continue influencing how we structure our institutions and understand our past. The legacy of these warrior monks extends far beyond the territories they once defended with sword and shield, to realms of history, legend, and cultural memory that would have been unimaginable to those first 9 knights kneeling before the Patriarch of Jerusalem.